Good morning, everyone. I want to welcome you to the April 29th, 2025 meeting of the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. At this time, I'd like to ask Pastor Curry if he would come forward and give us an invocation, please. Morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. Please join me in prayer. Holy, 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 Lord God Almighty, who was and is to come. Father, we just come thanking you for this day. We thank you for your grace, your mercy, and your love. Lord God, we thank you, oh God, for the Board of Commissioners, and each one is present here, oh God. And Lord, you know the decisions that need to be discussed today, the decisions that need to be made. Father, I pray that you would give wisdom and discernment, oh God, on our leaders, oh God, of this county, oh God. I pray that you would continue, oh God, to be glorified here in this county, oh God. I pray for each one here, oh God, that each one would know and sense your love, oh God. So Lord, have your way, oh God, with this meeting, with our leaders, with this government here in this county, and Lord, that we would live, oh God, in a way that would bring glory and honor to you. We bless you and we thank you for this time. It's in the name of your Son, our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christ, that I pray. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you for inviting me this morning, and anyone that's looking for a church home. I'm one of the pastors of New Creation Bible Church in St. Leonard, Maryland, a non-denominational, and all are welcome. We just share the love of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor Curry.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is approve the agenda. Are there any corrections or additions to the agenda as presented?
No, Mr. President, I move that we approve and adopt the agenda, moving new business item 2 to the work sessions and adding a work session on the fiscal year 2026 budget.
Second.
That motion is second to amend the agenda as presented. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We do have a couple of public service announcements today. Tomorrow, Wednesday, the Department of Economic Development is going to host a business planning workshop from 6:30 to 7:30 at the Calvert Library here in Prince Frederick. That's for anybody who has any interest in starting a business. It's going to give you some steps on what you need to do to get that business up and running, how to do market research, financing options. So if you have any interest, like I said, it's from 6:30 to 7:30 tomorrow night at the Calvert Library. You can also attend via Zoom. And also, we have a oyster shell recycling in Calvert County. Some of you may not be aware there is a shortage of oyster shells, which, because I'm old, seems very strange because I remember on Brooms Island mountains of oyster shells. And now, for the individuals growing oysters, it's hard to find shell, and you have to have shell for spat set. So we do have one of the largest oyster recycling programs in the state. And if you're interested and you have some oyster shells, you can drop them off at Breezy Point Marina and Appeal Landfill. Never thought we'd be begging for oyster shells. Next, just to remind everybody, the farmers market season starts, and there's going to be a market in Prince Frederick and North Beach this year, and they are now open. The one in Prince Frederick is on Tuesdays at Calvert Health Medical Center in the back parking lot from 2:30 to 5:30, and the one in North Beach is on Saturday, and it's at the North Beach Senior Center in the parking lot. It's from 8 to 11:30. And next month, on May 22nd, there will be another market opening on Thursdays in Dunkirk at the entrance to the Dunkirk District Park from 2:30 to 5:30. You can go to these markets and find lots of local produce, help support our local farmers and producers. So if you want to look at the full list, you can go to www.calvertag.com/farmersmarkets. And as always, next up is our Animal of the Week. Animals. Multiples. It's 2 snakes.
You're right. Yeah. I'll have to excuse myself.
Looks like they're packaged.
Marty, we figured that one wasn't enough for you this time, that two, potentially.
They have a playmate.
Yes.
Good morning,
Good morning.
Brandy, the shelter supervisor here, and this is April. Today we have Storm and Jubilee. They have been with us for about 3 weeks or so. They're roughly 4 years old, and they absolutely love each other. So we figured, don't want to separate. So
Have anxiety.
they do. They get a little upset when they're not around each other.
Now, will you adopt them out together?
We don't have to. No. Oh,
Hopefully somebody does, because
it would be nice. 'cause
that
they
is
really
real.
love-
That is, yeah.
Yeah, they do really like being each other, but it's not a set in stone they have to go together thing. But yeah,
Tell them, say, don't break us up. Somebody come get both of us.
Do we know if their house broke?
they are pretty. I mean, it's going to be a process, like going into a new routine and everything. But they do very well in their kennels. They're pretty mellow too. They like to just flop down and hang out. Jubilee loves
Yeah.
to play with toys. She'll just carry them around in her mouth. They do pretty well with other dogs so far.
Apparently Storm likes our attorney.
Just Lucius down.
John, you got a little bit of property over there, don't you? You could, throw a couple
Poor
over
dog
there.
has bad taste.
We reached our dog limit.
And as always, we waive all the fees for a week or until we see another animal. So it's free adoption.
Yep, until next Tuesday. And the shelter welcomes volunteers. If you want to come volunteer, we do dog walking, cat cuddling. We also welcome donations of any
Snake
kind.
charming.
Sometimes.
Do you have one of those right now? Still got that snake over there, or is it gone?
We have a snake that hangs out in the barn.
Yeah, you can stay there. Good place for him. Be on rat patrol.
All right, so we doubled up this week.
We did.
Yeah,
We
we
did.
snuck an extra in.
Yeah, it's okay.
It's been 2 weeks.
Yeah, okay. Very good.
All right, you guys have.
Thank you,
All right,
guys.
Thank you. Have a good
Thank
day. So the next item on the agenda is the Coward County Sheriff's Office has some new officers to swear in. Sheriff Cox, good morning.
Morning.
So this morning, the commissioners, I bring you Jeremy Pope. We're blessed to have him. And he comes to us due to a retirement at the sheriff's office, so he's filling a vacancy there. And Jeremy graduated from Calvert High School. He left us and he became a trooper. Didn't really like it. And went to become a DNR officer in West Virginia. He wanted to live in the woods, he told me. He didn't like it, but he
Didn't
wanted
like
to
that either.
he wanted to come home. I told him to come home. Awesome kid. We're lucky to have him as a deputy with us. And it's my dedicated to the citizens to bring you quality deputies, to give you quality service. And also, I'd like to say he's 82nd Airborne Army too, as well as a veteran.
Awesome.
Good deal.
So,
Awesome.
Congratulations.
Jeremy, you can introduce yourself.
Congratulations.
It's nice to meet you. Jeremy Pope, like I said, I grew up here in Calvert County and left twice to the Army in West Virginia and came back, and it's just always been home, so here I am.
Well,
Welcome
glad to have
home
you.
again. Welcome.
He said he had him living in a cabin out in the middle of the woods as a DNR officer. I said, I actually would entertain that.
Sounds really good right now.
At this age anymore, you have some peace and quiet, but.
It was peaceful.
Yeah, it was.
Just you and the bears?
Yeah, I think there was some rattlesnakes apparently around some eastern diamondbacks, but
I'm sure. I'm sure.
I don't like snakes.
Well, good. So he's all certified and ready to go, right?
Yep.
Yeah, good deal. Excellent. Kathy bug out on us today?
Daisy, she's in that.
So Mr. and Mrs. Pope, his parents are coming, he's gonna pin his badge on him this morning.
Welcome.
Welcome. Congratulations.
Please raise your right hand. I
I, Jeremy Samuel Pope,
do promise
do promise
or declare
or declare
that I will support
that I will support
the Constitution
the Constitution
of the United States
of the United States
and that I will
and that I will
be faithful
be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the state of Maryland
to the state of Maryland
and support the Constitution
and support the Constitution
and laws thereof,
and laws thereof,
and that I will,
and that I will,
to the best of my skill
to the best of my skill
and judgment,
and judgment,
diligently
diligently
and faithfully,
and faithfully,
without partiality
without partiality
or prejudice,
or prejudice,
execute the office of
execute the office of
Deputy Sheriff
Deputy Sheriff
for Calvert County
for Calvert County
according to
according to
the Constitution
the Constitution
and laws of this state,
and laws of this state,
and that I will,
and that I will,
not for lucre
not for lucre
or malice,
or malice,
delay any person
delay any person
applying to me
applying to me
for any business
for any business
belonging to
belonging to
the office
the office
I officiate in,
I officiate,
and that I will not
and that I will not
directly
directly
or indirectly
or indirectly
ask,
ask,
take,
take,
exact,
exact,
demand,
demand,
or receive
or receive
from or charge
from or charge
to any such person,
to any such person,
to my own use,
to my own use,
any fee
any fee
or reward
or reward
whatsoever
whatsoever
for any services
for any services
I may do
I may do
as deputy
as deputy
of the said office,
of the said office,
and that I
and that I,
am making out
in making out
the office fees
office fees,
will not
will not
wittingly
wittingly
or willingly
or willingly
charge other
charge other
or higher fees
or higher fees
than allowed by law.
than allowed by law.
Congratulations.
Good job, so well.
Don't worry, they all struggle with that. It don't matter, they all struggle. He will
That's
be
a
the first one
hindrance.
gets stabbed anyway.
You give him a. Congratulations.
Wonderful.
Good job.
Yep, come on up front.
Stand in the back or front? Aren't they all coming up?
Yeah, they're all.
Yep.
Hold up traffic.
Three, two, one. Congratulations.
You too.
Have a good day. Thank you.
Good to have you. Yes, sir.
How you came back?
Take care of business here. Yes, sir. I know you might have it.
Hey, have a great day. Congratulations.
I'll double check that, but, okay, I'll double check.
Yeah. So the next item on the agenda is appointments. Miss Ashley?
Good morning, Commissioners. Ashley Staples Reed, Special Projects Program Manager. You have two appointments up for today. The first one is the Local Behavioral Health Authority Advisory Council, and you have a reappointment for Margaret Van Anker, and you have a recommendation to appoint Janine Collinson, Kimberly Shue, and Christian Worthen.
Mr. President, I make a motion that we reappoint Margaret Van Arker and appoint Janine Collinson, Kimberly Shue, and Christian Worthen to the Local Behavioral Health Advisory Council.
Second.
A motion, a second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Okay. Next up, you have the Fire and Rescue Commission, and you do have 2 vacancies. However, we are just recommending a reappointment of Thomas Breen for today.
Mr. President, I move that we reappoint Thomas Breen as District 3 Representative to Fire and Rescue Commission.
Second.
A motion and a second. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you. So the next item on the agenda is consent. There are 11 items under consent today. Item number 1, Department of Human Resources Local Government Insurance Trust legit sponsorship request for the Calvert County Board of Library Trustees and the Tri-County Council for Southern Maryland. Item 2, Department of Parks and Recreation Maryland Historic Trust African American Heritage Preservation Grant Award. Item 3, Department of Finance and Budget Amendment Reallocation for Contracted Accounting Services with Clifton Larson Allen. Item 4, Department of Public Works Skipjack Road Deed Donation to the State of Maryland Highway Administration. Item 5, Department of Planning and Zoning Consolidated Transportation Program Priority Letter. Item 6, Department of Public Safety Grant Application for the 911 Board Funding Request Fiscal Year 2026 Yearly Maintenance. Item 7, Department of Public Safety Grant Application for the Maryland 911 Board Funding Request for Pilot Guides. Item 8, Department of Public Works Budget Amendment for replacement of a 2018 Ford F-550. Item 9, Department of Planning and Zoning Environmental Commission Annual Report for calendar year 2024. Item 10, Department of Parks and Recreation Recreational Trails Program Application 2025. Item 11, Department of Public Works 2025 Pump Out Operations and Maintenance Grant Program. Are there any objections to any of the items listed under consent today?
None.
I move that we adopt and approve the consent agenda items.
Second.
I have a motion and a second to adopt all items under consent today. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Next, we're going to do proclamations. The first one, Commissioner Grasso, National Travel and Tourism Week.
Hi, Hillary. You want to say a few words? Okay.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Hillary Daly. I'm the Tourism Program Specialist for Economic Development. I work for Economic Development because tourism equals money. Visitation positively affects Calvert County's economic prosperity, contributing $77 million in labor income, 1,591 jobs, and $141 million in visitor spending every year. In fact, each household in Maryland would need to be taxed an additional $1,027 every year to replace the visitor-generated taxes received by state and local governments. To commemorate National Travel and Tourism Week and the money that tourism brings into Calvert County every day, there was a lot of people coming to this proclamation. I told them that it was 11, but it's now, so I have a few people here. I don't know if the picture can be taken later or.
We, I didn't know that. We can push.
Is that okay?
I'm sorry. If you've got people coming, we don't want to do that.
We have quite a
Yes.
few people coming and they're not here.
Yeah.
They're looking for 11 o'clock.
Yeah, and see, we couldn't do the public hearings because it's too early, but we can skip. to
Is it okay to
something
skip
else.
for now?
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Is there a group here from Child Abuse Prevention?
No.
Okay.
So we could jump down, if you prefer, Commissioner, down to the budget conversations for our work session, or we could go down to rezoning for planning and zoning.
Who's ready? Caleb, you ready? Or
All right,
whoever's
come on
doing
up.
the
Yep,
budget?
just
Come
gonna
on
do
up.
it. Thank you.
Sorry about that.
Oh, it's not a problem.
Budget, you doing the budget?
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Hey, you're doing chapter
You're doing the other part. I'm sorry, Caleb.
Where are we?
I'm assuming here,
We're on the item that we had
on work
added
session,
on. Yeah,
the budget overview,
yeah.
but I don't have anything
Yes.
attached to it. I just have a memo.
This is coming, sir.
Oh.
last work session. We added it in this meeting.
Okay. Well, we added it in this morning. Okay. Okay.
So this, for those watching and trying to follow, sorry, we added this item in this morning when we amended the agenda. And it's just a work session.
Morning, Commissioners. First of all, thanks for allowing us to bring this before you today. I'm Mark Willis, the County Administrator. To my extreme right is Linda Turner. She's the Deputy County Administrator. To my immediate right is Bruce Miller, who is our Finance and Budget Director. So the importance of this is really to just give you a quick overview of what I believe you already know. We provided to you a staff recommended budget, which was provided in public hearing. We've also been working on it from then until now. As you recall, we had an unbalanced budget at that point. We will display a balanced budget for you today, but we'll go through at a higher level. Any questions or guidance that you may have is really what we're seeking so that we can tweak things as we go forward. We're not adopting anything today. We're just briefing both the board and the public. So with that, I will say that, this is, it's really for us, it's a restart. We're going through and this will be discussed a little bit later, but a zero-based budget where you literally build your budget from a $0 amount up to the amount that is needed for critical mission responsibilities within each department and therefore the overall county. The one thing I will point out is that when preparing this budget for fiscal year 26, when you talk about financial sustainability, we didn't look at just what was responsible for fiscal year 26, which will be the next 18 months from July 1st to June 30th of next season, but also for fiscal year 27. We realize that there's a lot at stake here. There's a lot the Board of County Commissioners would like to do on behalf of the public. And this is an attempt to not just give you that leverage for fiscal year 26, but to bleed into fiscal year 27. So with that, we will go through this quickly, stop us at any time, and we will reiterate where we need to. Our plan is to bring before you results of this on May 6th at 7 o'clock for an actual public hearing on the budget itself. And with that, I'll turn it over to Linda for just a couple of slides, and we'll go from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So the objectives of this particular work session is to provide you with a high-level overview of the proposed budget for fiscal year 26 as compared with fiscal year 25. Also review major updates and key financial changes since the last presentation of the staff recommended budget. We will summarize the status and outlook of major funds and present you with an overview of the proposed capital projects budget. Again, we implemented the zero-based budgeting practices, all agencies submitting from a zero-based and providing justification for each account. It builds the budget from zero, identifying expenditure requests from every single control account. We aligned our valuable resources to your commissioner priorities. As a reminder for the public, the top 5 are fiscal responsibility, public safety and safe neighborhoods, education and youth development, land preservation and maintaining rural character, and economic development. In building this budget, it was the desire to strengthen the county's investment in its employees through salary enhancements and prioritizing competitive compensation. There was a desire to also preserve the county's fund balance, explain changes between the staff recommended and the commissioner's recommended budgets, and then we're also going to explain the changes between this current fiscal year and next fiscal year. And with that, I'll turn it over to Bruce.
Thank you. Again, Bruce Miller, for the record, Finance Director. The first thing I would like to do is to identify what we did to balance the staff recommended budget to the commissioner's budget. As you know, at that time, there were some uncertainties within the budget from the state and the federal potentially. So initially, the staff recommended budget reflected a $15.4 million revenue deficit. That was captured as an expense, as a potential offset, if you will. And then that was also before $2.2 million of additional state pass-throughs. In order to, if you look down at the chart, there was a staff recommended budget of $403 million. The fiscal year 26 proposed budget at the moment is $385 million. So decreases of $17.9 million had to be realized. This consisted of $17.8 million of operating cuts, and then the county also decreased the pay-go amount by $6.8 million. We also had state and local increases in our pension totaling $6.5 million, and then a increase of $370,000 to the local STAT office. Again, balancing out to the net change of almost $9 million. The next schedule reflects the major changes between the 26 proposed budget and the fiscal year 25 adopted budget. If you see, there's to the left, it reflects the different revenue sources, and then the major changes, again, the fire and EMS, I'm not going to read each one. Fire and EMS increased $1 million, but that was offset by additional revenues. So some of these accounts have increases in expenditures, but also increases in the expense side. Public Works has decreased by approximately $2.5 million. Then the next page, the recommended uses. The total use of, again, looking down at the bottom, total uses of funds decreased by $2.5 million. Community resources, small increase. Health Department, the $2 million increase that was pushed down to us as a function of that, the local core services agreement. Again, the pension and insurance increases of 5.6, 3 of which is for the sheriff's pension, about $2 million for the push down from the state for the, excuse me, my throat is not working. The $2 million for the teacher's state pension. Also included in this is a decrease in the local contribution to the Board of Education totaling approximately $1.7 million, and then transfers decreasing of $8.7 million. The majority of that was the fund balance. Now I'd like to turn the page to the overview of funds. If you see the general fund projected, thank you very, very much. The current general fund revenues are projected at $385 million. No other funding sources. Again, this would be the fund balance. The expenditures, matching expenditures of $385 million. Enterprise funds are projected, revenues are $28.7 million. Other funding sources, 0, with expenditures equaling at $28 million. And then special revenues at $35 million. There's a small variance of $5 million. That amount of money will, $5,000, that will be falling to fund balance. And then grants of $8.6 million. And again, that's federal, state, and some local share to that. Excuse me one moment. These are revenues by funds. Total revenues are 457 million, of which the general fund is the largest percent at 84%. Then enterprise and special revenues down the line. I'd like to spend a little bit of time with the different funds, revenue and expenditures. Again, the makeup of the general fund revenues totaling $385 million, property tax at $229 million, and income tax at $121 million are the two largest components at 59% and 32% respectively. On the expense side, the largest components totaling $385 million, again, public safety, the sheriff's office, and then if you see it at the bottom, $163 million for the Board of Education. That $163 million we'll discuss later, but that's only the maintenance of effort. The next slide is for grants and sources and uses of funds. You'll see that the federal component totals $3.5 million. The state component is $2.3 million, and the general fund is $2.6 million worth of transfers, for a total grants expenditures of $8.6 million. The next slide presents our special revenue funds. These are classified separately from the general revenues because these revenues need to go to these specific programs. So parks, representing $4.9 million. The planning and zoning are the land use proceeds. The library, the Maritime Museum, again totaling $35.1 million. Board of Education, this slide takes a little bit different look at just Board of Education. We talked about the MOE at $163 million, representing 82%, but the county is also obligated to pay for the debt service of $4.8 million and the capital improvement plan of $31.6 million. And you'll see that the capital improvement plan has a footnote which reflects that $21.3 million of the $31 million will be coming from school grants for the Northern Middle School. Yes, sir.
Commissioners, I'm going to quickly just jump in on the enterprise funds. We'll go through this rather quickly, but I wanted to brief to the public that even though these are enterprise funds, and enterprise funds are based on revenues that any enterprise generates within itself and then pays for the execution of the responsibilities of that particular enterprise. It could be water and sewer, could be solid waste. But the biggest thing I wanted to mention is that for the public to understand that the commissioners take the enterprise fund as importantly as they do the general fund, but they are two distinctly separate funds. So I don't want the public to think that your input is not used here, is not required here for us to make decisions. It absolutely is. So with that said, I'm just going to point out a couple of numbers. So on the first two slides, this slide here, you're going to look at a number that's a little over $11.5 million. That's the revenue that's coming in. We say that expenses are that same amount. The reason I say that for water and sewer, and then the same thing would be true for solid waste, which you have 17.134 million revenue, then you're going to see the same or close to the same number or the same number going out for expenses. That's because these are nonprofit organizations. They're not designed to make a profit. They're not encouraged to make a profit. They're encouraged to balance their budget at the, only that amount necessary to do so on behalf of our citizens that pay into those enterprise funds. So with that said, we're treating that money just like we do the general fund money on their behalf. And it's the direction of this board that makes us do that.
Yeah, I'd like to finish up with the capital improvement program. You'll see that the total revenue is projected at $62 million to support. Primary would be $30 million from grants and debt of $18 million. Again, totaling the $62 million. And then the next slide, you will see the expenses by category. Education at $31 million or 51% of the program. And then the additional, the enterprise funds totaling $11.2 million. Public Works Transportation at almost $8 million. But you'll see the related expenses and percentages thereof. At this time, that essentially concludes, and I'll let Linda talk about the next steps as we move forward.
So this is a high-level summary of the budget that we will be presenting to you on May 6th. But copies of this budget will be available in the libraries today by close of business, as well as being online. So residents can either go to the website or they can visit one of our libraries to view a hard copy of the budget books. And there will be 2 budget books operating in Capitol. The public hearing for the Commissioner's budget will be held on May 6th at 7 p.m. And the official FY26 budget adoption will be held at the June 10th Board of County Commissioners meeting. That concludes our workshop.
So I think the key takeaway today is, based on all the work that's been done in the past 2 months, we have a balanced budget that you're going to present. And that balanced budget, because earlier we weren't sure what the state was going to push down on us. We now have a number, 2.2 million, so we know what that is. That's been factored in. COLA and a step for employees has been factored in. Those staffing needs that we know we're going to have to meet have been included in. So we've covered everything we know we have to do, and we have a balanced budget.
Yes, sir.
That's a fact. Yes, sir, we do.
And I'll join, yes, we do.
Well, we greatly appreciate that. I know that was a lot of work, because as you said, we started out with a $15 million hole, and that went to almost $18 million, and we said we weren't going to raise taxes, and we were not going to use fund balance.
Correct.
You just can't continue to use fund balance. That's not a good position to be in. So we know that some people are not going to be very happy with some of the cuts that are being done, but it was just necessary action that we had to take. So we've been getting some emails, just thought it was important that people know where we are today instead of waiting until May the 6th to hear, or the week before that. So that's the reason that we're doing this today, was just to give people some advance notice of where we are.
Exactly.
Very good. Any other questions?
Nope,
Thank you all.
Thank you
all
for
very
your.
much
Thank you,
for your work.
Commissioners.
So now we can try to get back on schedule with 2 public hearings scheduled. The first one's Department of Public Safety, approval of the grant award for the Dynatrack software subscription, Maryland 911 Board.
As they make their way to the table, there are 2 public hearings scheduled for today. All the hearings are duly advertised. Certificate of publications made part of the record for each hearing. Citizens were invited to provide comment on any or all of the hearings after the presentation is concluded. Each of the hearings have a separate sign-up sheet to my right, and anyone in here must sign in person. Thank you.
Chief Harris.
Good morning, Commissioners. Stanley Harris, Communications Chief with Emergency Communications. On Thursday, February 27, 2025, the Department of Public Safety, Emergency Communications Division, presented a grant request to the Maryland 911 Board for a 3-year subscription to Dynatrace software. Dynatrace provides an advanced network and server monitoring system that visually maps data flow and interactions across designated servers and services, enhancing system performance and troubleshooting capabilities. On Friday, February 28, 2025, the Department Department of Public Safety Emergency Communications Division received notification that the Maryland 911 Board approved the grant application and awarded $159,071.43 for the purchase and implementation of the Dynatrace software. There is no fiscal impact associated with this grant, as there's no cost match required. Staff requests that the Board of County Commissioners conduct a public hearing and, if deemed appropriate based on the record, approve and adopt the proposed resolution and budget amendment BA 2025-337 to amend intergovernmental revenue and capital expenditures to include the Maryland 911 Board's Dynatrace Software Grant Award, facilitating the purchase and deployment of the Dynatrace software.
Mr. President, there are no speakers signed up, nor is there anyone online.
Does anyone have any questions?
So basically, this is just an upgrade in software?
Yes, it's an enhancement to the software that the county uses for monitoring the network and cybersecurity.
Very good. Mr. President, I got a motion for you, unless Commissioner Grasso has a question.
I don't.
Okay. I move that we close the record and approve, adopt, and enact the resolution and budget amendment BA 2025-000337.
Second. Have a motion and second that we close the record and approve and adopt and enact the resolution and budget amendment BA 2025-000337. Is there any discussion on that motion?
None.
Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Our second public hearing is Department of Economic Development, amendments to term limits set in Chapter 11 of the Calvert County Code of Ordinance. Director?
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Julie Oberg, Director of Economic Development, and I have with me Jason Brinkley, Director of Planning and Zoning. I guess I can keep this very brief. The Board of County Commissioners adopted Chapter 11 of the Calvert County Code of Ordinances by ordinance number 40-16 on November 29, 2016, to address certain term limits and administrative and policy matters pertaining to volunteer boards and committees appointed by the board. Director Brinkley and I are here today to recommend amending Chapter 11 of the County Code of Ordinances to exempt the Economic Development Authority and the Historic District Commission from term limits. Do I finish the rest of it? Okay.
Not if the board side, it's fine.
I
And
think
that's
we
what our
understand
request
the
is.
gist of
Yeah.
what you're trying to do.
Correct.
And just for the public out there, you heard us say before, we are struggling to get people to serve on various boards and commissions. We've had to eliminate some because we couldn't get participation. So I think this is just a move trying to maintain membership on certain commissions by retaining those members beyond what we had determined as term limits. So,
To further that, one of the boards we put people on this morning, we have 11 vacancies on. So it's pretty significant. If you want to volunteer for a board, please do so.
if you have some free time, you have an expertise, just look at our list. We have a long list. We could definitely use your help. Because what happens is, at the end of the day, you have to eliminate the advisory boards and commissions because, they are built into the process. They hold up the process because you don't have participation. And so we really need citizens' involvement. Motion? Discussion?
Mr. President, for the record, there is no one online and no one has signed up to speak.
Sorry, we got
And
ahead.
this one, we're asking to close the record. You cannot make a decision today because 9-105
You have to wait.
is implicated. Right.
Mr. President, I move that we close the record.
Second.
Have motion and second that we close the record. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioners.
Back on track.
So, now we can do our proclamations. First proclamation is for National Travel and Tourism Week. Commissioner Brasso, good morning. Sorry we threw that hiccup
Good
at
morning.
you.
Try
but-
it again. Try again. Thank you so much for delaying. The people who have come here are the most important part, so
Absolutely.
I'm really glad that they were able to come. Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Hillary Daly. I'm the Tourism Program Specialist for Economic Development. I work for Economic Development because tourism equals money. Visitation positively affects Calvert County's economic prosperity, contributing $77 million in labor income, 1,591 jobs, and $141 million in visitor spending every year, just for Calvert County. In fact, each household in Maryland would need to be taxed an additional $1,027 every year to replace the visitor-generated taxes received by state and local governments. To commemorate National Travel and Tourism Week and the money that tourism brings into Calvert County every day, I would like to invite some of the Calvert County attractions and small businesses that we promote and support who benefit from visitor dollars to come up and be recognized.
Come on up.
Yeah, say come up in a line and come right to the mic so everybody can hear you online as well. Go ahead.
Do I just state my name?
Yeah. And where
Introduce
you're
yourself
from.
and who you represent.
Hi, I'm Jen Ludlow, and I am with American Chestnut Land Trust.
Come on up, front.
Yeah, come on up.
Oh, yeah, you're not going to sneak away now. That's okay.
Rod Cofield with Jefferson Patterson Park and Museum.
Good morning. I'm Stephanie Sperling. I'm the park planner with Calvert County Parks and Rec. The work that these folks do for us is absolutely invaluable. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Lori Kirby Medlin from the Rod and Rail Resort.
Hi there, I'm Allie Cross, and I'm the Artistic Director of the Children's Theater of Southern Maryland.
Good day. I'm Sandy from Butterflies and Wishes Tea and Sweets in Chesapeake Beach.
Good morning. My name is Adrian Hope Sales, and I'm president of Chesapeake Wind Sail Cruises. Come sail with us.
Good morning. My name is Nate Pope, and I am the CEO of Chesapeake Wind Sail Cruises.
Good morning, I'm Jeff Murray. I'm the director at the Calvert Marine Museum in Solomons.
Good morning, I'm Stacy Honruff, the director of Anne Marie Sculpture Garden and Art Center, also in Solomons. Thank you.
Hello, Vanelda Castro, Director of Sales of Spring Hill Suites, Prince Frederick.
Good morning, I'm Larry Jaworski. I'm Chair of the County Economic Development Advisory Commission, and I want to thank the commissioners for supporting tourism, which is a key part of promoting appropriate economic development across the county. Thank you.
Good morning, I'm Josh Gibbons with Big Kahuna Cruises in Solomons, Maryland.
I'm Erin Gibbons. Hi.
Thank you, guys.
I'm Katie Brinkley with the Director for the Arts Council of Calvert County.
Good morning, Sarah Fay, Economic Development.
Good morning, Dawn Richardson, Economic Development.
Good morning, Corrine Moore with the Chesapeake Beach Railway Museum.
Julie Oberg with Calvert County Economic Development, and thank you so much to everyone who's come here today. We recognize and appreciate the contributions for the travel and tourism industry to our economy.
Thank you, Julie. Well, welcome, everyone. I hope anybody listening to this today will spread the word. Look at the wealth we have within Calvert County. So much to do. I know the Jefferson Patterson House is going to be opening on the 7th of May. Okay. And also, I was down at Calvert Marine Museum, another gem, and we have a mural that is going to be traveling around. But when you look at the whole background of what we did there, or what you all did there, the biological lab coming on board to train these children to know what is actually in our waters, and an artist to help them with mixing paints and so on and so forth. These are just a few of the events that we have in Calvert County. And being a county commissioner, and we stay very, very busy, but I'm glad to be busy, and I'm glad we offer so much within the county to our seniors, to our adults, to our teens, and to our young children. So thank you all for what you do. Okay, I'm going to read the citation. Whereas the week of May 4th to the 10th, 2025 has been designated National Travel and Tourism Week, and whereas the travel industry supports millions of American jobs as one of the largest private sector employers in the United States and provides travelers with countless benefits by helping families create memories, connecting communities, and enriching lives. And whereas travel to and within Maryland has historically provided significant economic benefits for the state, generating $31.4 billion in indirect and induced economic impacts, and $2.4 billion in state and local tax revenues. And whereas travel positively affects Calvert County's economic prosperity and image, contributing $77 million in labor income, 1,591 jobs, and $141 million in visitor spending. That's what we like to hear. Whereas welcoming visitors to enjoy Calvert County and support local businesses strengthens the county's tax base and reflects the enduring character of the travel industry in our community. Now therefore be it proclaimed by the Board of County Commissioners of Calvert County that the week of May 4th to the 10th, 2025 is recognized as National Travel and Tourism Week in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that all citizens are urged to recognize the critical role this industry plays in our community, given under our hands and sealed this 29th day of April 2025, signed by all 5 county commissioners. Thank you.
This is gonna be fun. Can I get the front row to square? Right, next is the back row. Can I have the back row scoot a little to your left so you can get everyone in one row? Everyone in one row.
Get in line, Gibbons.
Trying. There's one in every bunch.
Actually, Commissioner Hart and the person to your left, would you mind scooting to your right a little bit? I don't remember his name.
Little father, Mike.
Press 1.
Here's your chance to blink. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Appreciate everyone coming out today. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank y'all for what you do.
Very helpful with Children's Day planning. We appreciate it.
Thank you for doing it.
I'm going to miss May 7th.
Okay. Okay.
But hopefully I make it back from Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
And I'll let him know.
Okay. Yeah. No, we just really did have a ball.
We'll do it. So you're.
We're gonna do some more a little later too, because there's plenty of deer. You and I already talked about the weekend in December, the weekend in January.
We had a good time.
Good. We'll do it again.
I was down there this weekend. I said, wow, last time I was here, this was all covered with snow.
Yeah, it's really the past month. It's just blossomed.
It has.
So thank you for your.
It's nice. Absolutely.
So we're gonna.
I'll see you on the 7th.
All right.
All right. Guess I'm next, huh?
So the next proclamation that we have is for Child Abuse Prevention Month. Commissioner Ireland.
All right, let me go put them out here.
So who do we have for Child Abuse Prevention Month that can come up and wants to start this off? Hey, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Do me a favor, introduce yourself.
Sure.
Say what you need to say, and then come on up, and everybody else can come behind you and introduce themselves.
Perfect. My name's Brenda Carr. I'm the Child Protective Services Supervisor for the Calvert County Department of Social Services. And I am a member, I guess is the best word, of the Calvert County Child Advocacy Center. So in July 2018, the Calvert County established the Calvert County Child Advocacy Center. Sorry, that's a lot of C's. The Child Advocacy Center is also known as the CAC, to make it a little easier.
This CAC would not continue to exist if it wasn't for the ongoing support of the Department of Social Services, the Calvert County Sheriff's Office, the Maryland State Police, the Calvert County State's Attorney's Office, Calvert County Behavioral Health, as well as you guys, the county commissioners. These community agencies provide staff to help ensure that the Calvert County children can tell their stories one time to help minimize their trauma. We all work jointly to ensure that the children and the families receive the support they need, either through victim advocacy, case management, or linkages to therapists and other community resources. In 2024, we at the department investigated 315 allegations of child abuse and neglect, which amounts to 77 cases of physical abuse, 44 cases of sexual abuse, and 194 allegations of neglect. We additionally conducted 6 courtesy interviews specifically requested to be done at the CAC. Additionally, since 2018, an average of 63 children a year have come through the CAC doors. Those children are offered a place to tell their stories, which is audio and videotaped, regardless if it is about an abuse that is occurring in their home, in the home of a relative, in school, online, or if it's about something they witnessed. In the last year, we have seen an increase in the number of human trafficking cases. We've had 9 since July of 2024, and have had cases involving both NCIS and the FBI. The FBI, as recently as February of 2025, used the CAC to interview 3 children involved in a human trafficking case that were victims here in Calvert County. In addition, the CAC helps to promote and support mandatory reporting training and other community events promoting on child abuse prevention. This is just a small sampling of the good work that this Calvert County team is doing to help ensure those who are most vulnerable and ensure that they receive the care and justice that they deserve, and this would not be possible without the continued support of the Calvert County Commissioners.
Thank you. Hey,
Thank
real
you.
quick, you hear human trafficking, people hear human trafficking,
Yes.
and I think everybody has a different, without going into great detail, can you talk about what type of cases you guys have seen under human trafficking?
Sure. We've seen a lot of kids being paid monetary items on like Roblox. So they'll meet a stranger on Roblox, and the Roblox, they'll say, hey, if you send me a picture of your privates, I'll give you money on Roblox. We've had a couple of those. We've had a couple of, hey, if you send me naked pictures of yourself, I'll give you vapes. If you send me naked pictures of yourself, I'll give you money. We've had several of those in our teenage girls specifically. And I think we've had a couple of other variants of that.
So that's, the challenge is technology and the kids having cell phones. How many of their parents actually knew what was going on or had any idea what was going going on before it was brought to light?
It's kind of, it depends. Some of the younger children, we're talking the 10 and 11-year-olds, they went to their parents and said, hey. The teen ones, the teen parents aren't quite as aware that their kids are doing these things as the younger kids. But the younger kids tend to divulge more to their parents.
Yeah, just trying to use it as an educational component for the
Yep.
parents so they can learn from it.
Yep.
Come on forward. Next person, introduce yourselves and say what you'd like to say, please.
I'm Deborah Walsh. I'm the Assistant Director for the Department of Social Services.
Thank you.
I'm Denise Dickerson. I'm the Director of Calvert County Behavioral Health.
Krista Ireland, an advocate for the State's Attorney's Office and the CAC.
And Bob Harvey, State's Attorney. Thank you.
Lieutenant Jimmy Mearns, Commander of the State Police Prince Frederick Barrack, and I just want to say that you can tell a lot about a community by the way their most vulnerable citizens are treated. And overwhelmingly, we should be proud of this Calvert County community. All of our community partners in this initiative are impressive. Their drive, their passion for it, it cannot be matched. And I'm proud to be a part of this Child Advocacy Center here in this county.
Lieutenant, real quick, just touch on the effects of everybody involved in those interviews, the effects it has on your troopers, and I'm going to ask you the same thing.
I mean, it's like with most things, most professions in the emergency services world, right? You have to be able to separate your personal from professional beliefs, opinions, and feelings. And I think it's impossible to say that you're not affected by the interviews that are conducted and the things that you hear, things that you see. But these professionals before you here today amazing what they do.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Lieutenant Vincent O'Donnell, Calvert County Sheriff's Office. Now, we speak about, Mr. Island, what you talked about. Your question tells it all. The parents aren't even aware a lot of the times that this is occurring. So it truly takes a team with law enforcement, the department, and just the CAC alone in order to bring these children in. And you hear about these ACEs all the time. And these children are just stacking these ACEs unbeknownst to like their parents or the schools or anything like that. So when these things come to light, for us being a team that working together to really bring that to light, and they're already in a negative situation, to work on a positive outcome as quickly as possible. I think that's the true goal in a negative situation of the CAC, and I'm proud to be a part of it, so is the Sheriff's Office.
And that teamwork concept is phenomenal. Thank you all.
Hi, I'm Andrea McDonald Fingland, and I'm the director at the Calvert County Local Behavioral Health Authority. And I know that, Vincent, you had mentioned ACEs, so adverse childhood experiences have a tremendous impact on the future of the youth in our community and all over the world, as there are specific adverse childhood experiences such as child abuse and neglect, which impact mental health, like future mental health, future substance use, as well as future physical health. And so it's really, really essential that we do everything we can to reduce these experiences for youth and to increase their resiliency so that they can grow up to be healthy and, productive members of our community.
Absolutely. I just want to thank you all for doing what you do. It's an extremely important job, and it doesn't go unnoticed. So thank each of you. I'll read the proclamation. Whereas Calvert County's future quality of life depends on safe, healthy development of children and communities across our county. And whereas more than 63 of our youngest and most vulnerable citizens seek support each year through Calvert County Child Advocacy Center for abuse they have experienced. And whereas child abuse prevention and support efforts succeed through strong partnerships among law enforcement, human service agencies, health and mental health providers, and legal experts. And whereas state laws protect the rights of child victims and ensure access to critical services, and continued collaboration is essential to improve these programs and safeguards. Whereas during April 2025, Calvert County Child Advocacy Center encourages citizens to go blue for kids by spotlighting the needs of child victims of abuse through Wear Blue Fridays, sharing prevention information on social media using the hashtag Calvert County Goes Blue for Kids, and painting blue pinwheel gardens across the county. Each pinwheel symbolizes child abuse prevention and represents the safe, carefree childhood every child deserves. Where are they going to be available, do you know?
We didn't do a pinwheel garden, unfortunately, this year. We've done one before in front of the courthouse.
Okay.
We do have pinwheels as well.
Okay, so if somebody wanted a pinwheel, where would they go to get it?
The department.
Okay. Where now therefore be it proclaimed that the Calvert County Board of County Commissioners that April was recognized as Child Abuse Prevention Month in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that the Calvert County Board of Commissioners urges all citizens to work together to raise awareness, support prevention efforts, and assist children and families impacted by abuse. Given under our hands and seal this 29th day of April 2025, signed by all five.
Front and center.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. You did a great job. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
If you need me, they're all copy.
See you again.
So the next proclamation we have is for National Healthcare Decisions Day. Commissioner Cox.
I see Calvert Health in the back. Can you come on forward? How are you?
How are you? All right.
thank you for having us here today. My name is Kara Hare. I'm the Associate Vice President of Ancillary Services at Calvert Health. And I'd like to take a little bit of time to tell you about our initiative from the Community Health Improvement Roundtable. Our roundtable works with our community partners to address a public health concern that can affect all of the community. Last year, along with the Maryland Cancer Collaborative, the Community Health Improvement Roundtable announced we would be working on 505 wishes in 2025. The goal of this initiative was simple. We wanted to create awareness. What is an advance directive? Everyone over the age of 18 should name who they wish to speak for them and when they cannot speak for themselves, and the no-cost, low-cost option in our community. If you have an advance directive, where it is located and who is named. Often, we place it in a safe place that no one knows where it is when it is needed the most. Why is it so important for everyone to have an advance directive? We really want to respect those individuals' wishes, reduce family burden, and improve the quality of life. Advance directives are not just an end-of-life decision. Many of us have an accident, a surgery, or an illness that we may not be able to speak for ourselves in our lifetime. We're proud to be here with many of our community partners who will be hosting, helping individuals complete a directive, or sharing the importance with their organization. Working together, we can improve the lives of everyone in our community. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Come on forward, please.
Yeah.
Next.
Erin Farley, Manager of Community Wellness and Outreach Programs for Calvert Health.
Thank you.
Donna Sisson, a registered nurse with the Community Wellness Department at Calvert.
Hi, Erin. Good to see you again.
Mackenzie Orange, Calvert Health Medical Center, Community Wellness.
How you doing?
Good to see
Haley German, Calvert Health Medical Center, Community Wellness.
What is that?
Hi again, Andrea McDonald Fingland. I'm also a member of the Community Health Improvement Roundtable here in Calvert County. And I just wanted to also say, again, as the director of the local behavioral health authority, how important and essential advanced directives can be for individuals with behavioral health disorders as well. Behavioral health disorders are often relapsing diseases, meaning that you can have extended periods of stability with a resumption in symptoms that can actually impact your capacity to make decisions about your health care. And so for individuals with serious mental illness or even run-of-the-mill mental illness or even substance use disorders, having an advanced directive can be a really essential way to be empowered during periods of time when you can't make good healthcare decisions for yourself. So, thank you.
Thank you.
Nympha Teneza Mora, Health Officer, Calvert County Health Department. I just wanted to echo what Andrea said and Dr. Hare. So the advance directive is really a way to communicate to the public as well as decrease the burden on our loved ones because they're going to be the ones who could potentially execute those decisions on our behalf. And so thank you very much for your support for this initiative.
Thank you.
Heather Howes, Department of Public Safety. I'm the EMS coordinator for Calvert. And advanced directives are very important to EMS as well, and having them readily available when EMS arrives on the scene. Because if we don't have the paperwork, then we can't honor it, and that's sad.
Thank you, Heather.
Morning, Nate Smith, Recreation Division Chief, Parks and Recreation.
Good morning, Commissioners. Ed Sullivan, Division Chief of the Calvert County Office on Aging. Just want to take a moment to thank Calvert Health for them stressing the importance of advanced directives. As you know, we offer advanced directives at our senior centers 12 times a year with Maryland Legal Aid, our partnership with them. Also want to thank our county attorney's office because they have provided this service for seniors in Calvert County for many, many years periodically. So thank you all for bringing attention to this important directive.
Thank you very much. Like it was said this morning, it's very important, these documents. And we're not getting any younger, we're getting older. And these documents are very important. And they are free. And like a lot of times, you get these documents and you go home and you put them in the safe. And then when your loved one is at the hospital, it's where are they at? Who has them? Does my brother have it? Does my younger sister has it? You know, who has it? So very important. Something I didn't realize was you could get a pocket card. Is something that didn't come with mine, so it's just very important. So thank you for what you do, and very nice to have everybody here today. So I will get with the proclamation here. Whereas Community Health Improvement Roundtable in collaboration with the Maryland Cancer Collaborative Advanced Care Planning Committee is working to raise awareness and provide education on the significance of having an advance directive that designates and who should speak on your behalf when you're unable. And whereas throughout the state of Maryland during the week of April 16, 2025, leaders of our community, members are being encouraged to complete or schedule a time to complete a free advance directive. And whereas individuals who already have an advance directive are urged to ensure that those named in their directives and their documents themselves are accessible, including carrying a pocket card with key information. And whereas the Cancer Collaborative is issuing a call to action for all Marylanders to complete their advance directives, and the Community Health Improvements Roundtable is launching its 505 Wishes in 2025 to promote this important effort. Now therefore be it complained by the Calvert County Board of Commissioners recognize April 16, 2025 as National Healthcare Decisions Day in Calvert County. Be it further proclaimed that the Board of Calvert County Commissioners expresses gratitude to the Calvert Health Improvement Roundtable, the Maryland Cancer Collaborative, and all partners working to ensure Marylanders are informed and empowered in their healthcare planning. Given under this hands and seal this 29th day of April 25, signed by all 5 commissioners. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Commissioner Hans, can you move to your left a bit, please?
No, not really. Can I move right?
SNC. Okay. Commissioner Island, would you mind moving to your left as well, please? Thank you.
Trying to balance out the
You guys are
weight.
good. 3, 2, 1.
Good, but I'm saying if somebody, family member, that's what I was thinking. Yeah.
There's actually trying to get everything electronic and primary care physicians portal. We're going to try to get to the state to dump it into a state health information record.
I had to go not too long ago on ChatGPT.
Right.
Directives for state. I took it to the hospital, they said, where'd you get this? And I told her, she said, and I had it in a matter of 30 seconds.
That's great. Thank you for doing that.
Thank you all.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
Absolutely. Yeah.
Thank you. Thank
There you go. Took care of it for you.
Cole Todd.
Oh, he's giving us his directive.
But look, if you've ever watched a loved one in their having issues, you understand how important it is to have a directive. Because some people say they want to live as long as they possibly can, but for some of us, it's about quality of life. And so you need to make that perfectly clear to all your family members, because sometimes they don't like the decisions that you want to make. So it's just very important that you have that laid out. And as Heather said, you know, when ambulance shows up, their job is to protect you and save your life. And if you don't have proper documentation there, you start down a path that sometimes it's hard to turn back from. So it's very, very important that you do this. So I got mine all taken care of.
Mr. President, I move that we take executive session out of order and enter into executive session pursuant to 3-305B1I to discuss the appointment, employment, assignment, promotion, discipline, demotion, compensation, removal, resignation, or performance evaluation of appointees, employees, or officials over whom this board has jurisdiction.
Second. I have a motion and a second that we move into executive session. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. So we'll be back a little bit later.
You don't want to touch. Look at me.
I'll make a motion, we reconvene.
Lights not on.
Lights not on.
I'll make a motion, we reconvene the meeting of the Board of County Commissioners.
Second.
I have a motion and a second that we reconvene as the Calvert County Board of Commissioners. Is there any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. So where we left off was the next item of business is new business. Item 1, Department of Community Resources, Local Behavioral Health Advisory Council Resolution Update. Good afternoon, Director.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. My name is Jennifer Moreland. I'm Director of Community Resources, and I have Andrea McDonald-Fingland here, who's the Director of our local Behavioral Health Authority. She's also coordinates the local Behavioral Health Authority Advisory Council, which we'll be talking about today.
Well, welcome.
Welcome.
Hi again.
Welcome. So background, in 2022, the Board of County Commissioners, BOCC, adopted the Resolution 42-22 to approve the creation of the Calvert County Local Behavioral Health Authority Advisory Council, LBHAC. In 2024, legislation SB 412, HB 408 was passed, altering the membership of a county's mental health advisory committee by including an individual with experience with mental health care for veterans or individuals serving in the military on the list of groups from which individuals may be appointed to the committee by the governing body of the county. At the meeting held on January 29th, 2025, the LBHAC voted to recommend the amendment of Resolution 42-22 to include the veteran mental health position and update the bylaws extending the term length of the chair and vice chair positions from 1 to 2 years. This will let leadership leverage the experience gained in the first year to enhance effectiveness in the second year of their term. Fiscal impact, none. Conclusion recommendation, staff requests the BOCC authorize the repeal and reenactment of Resolution 42-22 with the recommended amendments as set forth herein. Staff also requests the BOCC authorize amending the LBHAC bylaws to ensure the bylaws are consistent with the recommended amendments to Resolution 42-22. Of course, we had support from the county attorney in this. Do you have any questions?
It's all pretty straightforward, yeah.
Yeah. I will say the state has definitely been looking into additional supports for veterans and Andre can speak to this past year, they actually did a whole strategic planning around that.
You have anything you want to add?
It's very, very straightforward. Again, the state amended the law and is now requiring that we have someone with expertise in treating mental health for veterans and service members, active service members and their families. And then again, we just found that the current term limits for our chair and vice chair positions were not long enough because after a year, it's really when you start to get used to the position of a chair or a vice chair. And so you get all that experience and then have somebody new go at it green was just not effective. It also will assist with keeping the chair and the vice chair positions filled,
Right.
which can also be tricky at times. So we have some really dedicated leadership on the council right now, and we're really looking forward to being able to continue with their leadership over the next couple of years.
Motion?
Yes, sir.
So I move that we repeal and reenact Resolution 42-22 with the recommended amendments and authorize amending the Local Behavioral Health Advisory Council's bylaws to ensure the bylaws are consistent with the recommended amendments to Resolution 42-22.
Second. Have motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank
That was
you.
easy.
Yeah, that's what we like.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So the next item on the agenda is old business, Department of Human Resources Fiscal Impact Personnel Chapter 86 Amendments, Part 3, Pay Plan and Adjustments.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Dina Davis, Human Resources Deputy Director.
Melanie Woodson, Human Resources Director.
Bruce Miller, Finance Director.
Good afternoon.
Commissioners, we are here today to follow up on our work session from March 11th. Our presentation today will list the proposed amendments to Chapter 86, the Part 3 Pay Plan and Adjustment section of our Personnel Manual. First up, added language to state a cost of living adjustment, a COLA, may be granted each fiscal year, no fiscal impact. Revise the timing of step increases to the first business day in July, no fiscal impact. Revising the service agreement to 6 months for hourly employees to be eligible for the July step increase. There is no substantial trend data to determine the fiscal impact on this item. For example, in FY '24, only 6 hourly employees were affected by the 12-month service rule, meaning that they were not eligible for a step in FY '24, whereas in FY '25, 43 employees were affected. Other salary adjustments proposed is a promotion change, a 6% increase, and an additional step may be granted based on previous experiences or qualifications. This results in a negative annual impact of approximately $65,000. The Department of Finance and Budget determined this number based on 62 employees promoted in FY '24, and 20 of those would have qualified for steps above the 6% minimum.
On that one there, have we ever thought about putting a range on that one?
Yes, I can speak to that. The CERC, the Employee Committee, did make a request that there could be a range that would allow it to not be more than 10%, and they did draft some language. There has not been a fiscal analysis on that because that was submitted after the work had been done, but that was something that had been considered.
Okay. I just think a range would give us flexibility, from 2% to 10%,
Understood.
The next proposed change is shift differential. We are proposing to expand eligibility to include all Fair Labor Standards Act, FLSA, non-exempt full-time employees and part-time employees with benefits. The shift differential will be paid for hours worked between 6 p.m. and 6 a.m. The fiscal impact of these changes combined would net a savings of approximately $52,000.
Is this the same hours that it is now?
It is not. So currently, Commissioner, in order to be eligible for shift differential, an employee would have to be a sworn sheriff's deputy or correctional deputy, or work in dispatching emergency and non-emergency calls and emergency communications in the sheriff's office. So a very limited amount of employees are currently eligible. In order to be eligible, their shift would have to begin before 6 a.m. and after 9 a.m. and they would receive shift differential for hours worked between 4 p.m. and 8 a.m. So we're trying to do two things here. One is expand who is eligible outside of public safety for shift differential, and we are trying to revise the number of hours. This would simplify the policy
Is it
considerably.
more hours or less hours?
It would be less hours. We're recommending paying shift differential from 6 p.m. to 6 a.m.
And now,
Now
They
it would
come
be,
in-
now it's between 4 p.m. and 8 a.m.
oh, okay, so you're going 6 to 6. Now, the expansion, so this will help like the person that gets called in, say snow removal, they're now included type thing, or?
They
or
would
something
be,
like that where they
yes.
weren't
Any
before?
hours worked by FLSA
So all, it
non-exempt
makes all the
employees.
employees the same?
Yes.
Okay. And then we go from, why are we changing, I mean, I'm just asking, to change the hours from 4 in the afternoon to 6? Sounds like, cause don't they work the way their shifts work or something like that, doesn't it line up? I don't know, cause they're like 12-hour shifts or something like that, right, or?
Which shifts are you
I mean,
referring
like,
to?
like the rescue, like if you're an EMT or an officer or something like that, isn't it, aren't they, I don't know, explain that to me, I guess.
Yeah,
'cause
so
there's so many different shifts that some people work 24 hours a day and.
Correct. But only those shifts that begin before 6 a.m. and after 9 a.m. are eligible for shift differential. So we're going to remove that piece where we're looking at when did your shift start? And we're only going to be paying it for hours worked.
Doesn't matter when your shift starts.
Yes, exactly.
You're only getting paid it during these hours, these 12 hours.
Correct. And the reason why we have fewer hours, that we've changed to 6 to 6, is because, again, we're looking at this as a pay premium for working undesirable hours. And so we're saying, okay, if you have to work at 6 p.m., that's the middle of the dinner hour, whereas 4 p.m., the majority of employees are currently working.
Ah, okay, gotcha,
And the same thing on the other side.
gotcha, okay, gotcha.
The next item is field training officer pay. We are recommending the rate increase to $2 per hour. It is currently $1 per hour. And we're also recommending adding 4 job titles to the eligibility group: paramedics, emergency medical technicians, sheriff's communications officers 1, and sheriff's communications officers 2. The fiscal impact of these changes combined would be approximately $23,000. A new initiative that we are recommending is critical incident response pay. This is compensation, cash compensation for FLSA exempt employees, so the county's salaried employees, responding to critical incidents beyond their regular working hours. The county administrator will have final approval on when critical incident response pay applies. Critical incident response pay, the rate is the employee's regular rate of pay, and fiscal impact would be approximately $137,000 based on FY25's earnings.
So this is what you were talking about a minute ago when they get called in for
Okay.
emergencies.
And this, again, is only for our salaried employees. We currently don't provide them any kind of pay when they are called in after hours. Right now, they may earn 1x comp time when they respond to an
Now they
emergency
get paid
outside
for
of
the hours they work.
Yes, that's correct. Salaried employees get paid for the hours that they work. This would be above and beyond. This was in response to requests from department heads and employees for additional pay for salaried workers.
Gotcha, okay.
The next 2 slides are the overtime options that we are providing. The first one is following the FLSA requirement for non-exempt employees, both 70-hour and 80-hour, to receive 1.5x for hours worked over 40 in a work week, time on paid leave would not count towards the overtime calculation, and the fiscal impact results in a savings of approximately $960,000 annually.
So what do we do now?
Currently, we pay daily overtime.
Ah, gotcha.
The second option, overtime option number 2 for non-exempt employees, we would exceed the FLSA for our 70-hour employees, allowing them to receive the 1.5x overtime rate for hours worked over 35 hours in a work week. And we would follow FLSA for our 80-hour employees, providing non-exempt employees 1.5x overtime rate for hours worked over 40 in a work week. And again, time on paid leave would not count towards the overtime calculation. The fiscal impact here would result in a savings of approximately $910,000 per year. Regarding comp time or compensatory leave, following your guidance from our meeting on March 11th, we would be paying out balances in June of 2025. Going forward, the annual payout would occur at least one time per year. Payout would be made for comp time balances upon promotion prior to the change in the employee's pay rate. And we would cap total accrual of 100 hours per calendar year for comp time. The payout would result in $1.4 million use of our fund balance without a negative impact to the operational budget.
Just a one-time.
That's for right now. If we clear the comp time balances in July, it's determined that it would cost about $1.4 million, yes.
So how much can someone carry from year to year?
So currently, right now, it is 240 hours is the maximum that an employee can carry unless they are partially exempt. So our deputy sheriffs, correctional deputies, they can carry 480.
They can carry.
480 hours of comp time.
Is that changing?
Yes, it would be changing. We had talked about limiting the hours to 100.
That's not in this, though.
Yes, that is the
So they-
cap.
they would be
The
limited
cap
to
total
100?
accrual would be 100 hours of comp time in a calendar year.
And that number came from Sheriff's Office Command Staff, correct?
Yes, I believe that when we were here the last time during the work session, the sheriff agreed that 100 hours is sufficient.
So it's about 2.5 weeks, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yes, sir.
And it's going, it's going from 240 to 100?
For non-exempt employees, yes. For the partially exempt employees with the sheriff's office, again, their current limit is 480 hours.
Is that not, that's not changing?
That is changing. Everyone's
So you
limit will be
480 down
100.
to 100?
Yeah.
But Sheriff's Office Command Staff agreed to that. So
Yes, sir.
that was our concern. I believe Captain Payne, was it Captain Payne?
Yes.
Yes.
Wow. Wow.
Well, I think the premise was they should be able to use, there was no reason to carry that much time.
No, just my concern is that's just dramatic. I mean, that's,
And rather than cut it completely, he wanted to be able to have a tool, Commissioner Hart, so that he could at least not increase their overtime budget by that much.
Right. And they use it to balance out sometimes.
You'll be okay.
well, I mean, I just, like I said, it just seems dramatic. Like I say,
That's what they want.
so the sheriff's office, everybody that's infected EMTs, whoever, this is their recommendation?
Good afternoon, Commissioner.
Afternoon.
Good
Oh,
afternoon.
afternoon.
Barbara.
Let me fix the mic.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Barbara Warner. I am the chairperson of the CERC. And we approved this 100 hours. Actually, we wanted less. The county employees agreed that 70-hour employees should only have 70 hours, and 80-hour employees should carry only 80 hours.
So the
So
FOP, sheriff's office,
they
rescue,
mentioned,
EMTs, everybody
they
concerned?
mentioned 100 hours. And actually, the formula for the career EMTs is going to be different now. And that was agreed upon by the division chief and HR and the county administrator's office. So they're going to do a different formula because the way it's working now is you have a long week and a short week. So comp time was being used for hours not worked.
Okay.
So that in itself is not correct. It should not be done that way.
So they're just gonna get paid for the hours they work?
Correct,
Instead
it'd
of
be
it going into
overtime.
comp time?
And they could get comp time, but only up to 100 hours.
So this here isn't generated of any part of their normal leave, like sick leave or vacation. This is only like during the course of working, we needed you to stay extra.
Correct.
If
And
I'm
it cuts-
understanding
and it
that right.
cuts back-
Like a
It cuts
at
back,
big accident on Route 4 and we have
Right.
7 officers there.
Right, they're
makes-
stuck, they can't get off.
So now we pay them for their time instead of saying they have to put it into a comp time.
right. So they could
Okay.
do comp time, but only up to 100 hours.
Then they get
Once
paid
you
out.
reach
Okay.
over that 100 hours, then it would go to overtime pay.
Okay, but,
And then
but,
you couldn't carry it beyond a calendar year either.
gotcha, okay, I understand, gotcha, okay.
Does that help?
Mhm.
Okay.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara.
Thank you.
The next new initiative we are proposing is standby pay. This is compensation for non-exempt and partially exempt employees who must remain available to be called back to work. The standby pay rate would be determined in the budget each year, and the Finance and Budget Director recommends a daily stipend for standby pay of $22.50. The fiscal impact of this program would be approximately $206,000 per year, based on 19 daily employees and an occasional 10 to 15 deputies on standby.
What was it before?
We don't offer standby pay at all right now.
Okay, so if you were on call, you were just on call, now you get $22 a day to be on call.
Correct.
Gotcha,
And most everybody else does it.
gotcha.
We were just lagging.
The last item we have for you today is holiday premium pay. We'll be defining holiday work as work performed on an actual holiday, and holiday premium pay is equal to 1.5 X rate of their employee's pay rate.
Is that what it was before?
Yes, so currently we pay 1.5X for actual holidays, and we pay 1X for observed holidays. So an observed holiday might be if Christmas is on a Saturday, and the county will observe that on a Friday. So for those employees who have to work on that Friday, we would pay 1X.
So
So we are
in the past, we
proposing,
paid 1.5?
for an observed holiday, we paid 1X. For an actual holiday, we paid 1.5X. So the change that we are proposing here is to do away with observed holidays. So we would only be paying this holiday premium pay for an actual holiday. So Christmas falls on a Saturday, you have a deputy that has to work on that Saturday, they would receive the time and a half premium
Okay,
pay.
so Christmas, you would still get paid the
Yes,
same pay?
they would,
But
correct.
Christmas Eve,
Well, Christmas Eve isn't an
Wouldn't
observed
be
holiday
included,
for
so,
us, but
okay,
if, right,
so
so,
just,
yes, so for having to work on an actual holiday, we will maintain the 1.5X, but we will no longer be paying any premium for an observed holiday. Those of us who work Monday through Friday shifts, we would receive holiday leave for being off on that holiday, observed holiday. We would still receive that, but we're not changing that. It's a different section of the code.
So how would you work that if, say, the commissioners end up giving them Christmas Eve?
We would be considering that a holiday.
It
So,
will be considered,
yes.
so if it's an added, okay,
yes, yes.
gotcha, okay.
fair enough, thank you.
And so based on a sampling of data, the fiscal impact would be a savings of approximately $7,500 per holiday. And remember, we don't always have an observed holiday. So for example, in 2025 and 2024, there were 0 observed holidays. 2023, we had 2. 2022, we had 3, et cetera. So on those years that we do have an observed holiday, we would see a savings of $7,500 for each observed holiday. This last slide here is a list of all of the items and their estimated fiscal impact. Costs are shown as a positive figure, savings shown as a negative with the parentheses.
So at this time, Commissioners, we are seeking your guidance so that we know what to submit for legal review and to bring back for a public hearing for revisions to Part 3 of the County Code.
So is there a total on this somewhere? Did I miss it?
Looks like it's a wash. Pretty close.
I can pull out my calculator.
In my rough head math, it's pretty close to a wash.
Really?
But don't take that wash away. So you're just want to know if we have any issues with what you proposed today?
Yes, for example, we will need you to decide how we want to handle overtime. Do we want to do overtime at 40 hours for every employee, or overtime at 35 for 70-hour employees and 40 hours for 80-hour employees?
I think if you work 35 hours and you work 36 hours, that's overtime. If you work 40 hours, you work 41 hours, that's overtime. That's just common sense to me.
That's what we've done, but nobody else does that. Everybody else makes them work 40. If they're a 35-hour employee, other counties, jurisdictions, they make them work 40 before they get
Oh, well,
overtime.
they're wrong. We're right.
I'm just saying.
Okay.
That's why it keeps coming up.
It's just simple to me.
That's what we've always said. But the official rules say you don't get overtime until after 40.
I'm with Commissioner Grasso. If that was the agreement that was made when somebody came to work, that was their shift. I mean, I understand it in private industry, everything's 40. But, you know, if that was the agreement that they made when they came to work, that they worked, that a 35-hour shift, they also make 5 hours less money every week than somebody that works 40. So I guess there's a thing there, but I mean,
It's a no-brainer.
I'm with Catherine Grasso. I'm just kidding, Commissioner Grasso. Sorry.
What's
See what
your
she
name?
does to me?
What's your name?
I don't, yeah.
Cameras on.
Yeah.
Motion?
I mean,
Consensus? Or?
no, yeah, I mean, my only concern, and you've heard me say it before, is, you know, time on paid leave would not count towards overtime. If a person called in sick on Monday because they had a doctor's appointment, and they worked the rest of that week, but yet they got called out Saturday and Sunday, that's my concern, that 8 hours from that doctor's appointment.
That's in here? I
Yeah,
didn't see that.
it says time on paid leave would not count towards overtime calculation. So if you,
Off on
or if you got held over for your accident scene, like you said,
Right.
for 4 hours, that does not count towards your,
Therefore,
your
it would
overtime calculation.
if it was after 8. Their leave wouldn't, but their overtime would, if they worked 4 after they're on that accident.
But the paid day is just the same as if somebody worked. I mean, that's your, part of your benefit.
Right.
So but that's not in there? I thought, I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
Say Monday, I had a doctor's appointment, so I used 8 hours of sick leave. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, I was supposed to get off at 4, but I got hung up on an accident and had 4 hours of overtime. Well, it wouldn't be 4 hours overtime. It would be 4 more hours of straight time.
Should be
because
overtime.
It would be overtime. That would be emergency callback and emergency call-in pay. It's not considered overtime. It's a different category of pay. Correct, Dina?
I'd have to
Well,
think about that one. I'm sorry.
if they
But I'm already
if they were at
Yeah.
work or if they went home, right? Is that what the
Or
distinction?
if I had 2 hours of paperwork to do that evening because I couldn't, that's all I'm saying.
No, I agree, Commissioner Arnold, because if that's part of your benefits where you have that paid day and then, like say Friday is a major accident, and you're there 5 or 6 hours and say, well, you know, you weren't physically in the building, but I did burn my day. So that should be on overtime.
So you are saying that
Right.
they are compensated?
Yes.
Okay. They're not getting Nobody's
Call
getting
back?
shorted.
So we
They're
have
getting
No
paid.
emergency
Yeah, that doesn't-
call-in pay.
But that's not calling. That's part of your job.
So
You're
what,
already
what
there.
he's saying is that they've worked 8 hours on Friday,
They got held over.
held over, and worked 4 more hours that Friday night.
So we have language drafted to adjust the definition of that time to be emergency pay that would qualify for a holdover or for an emergency call-in.
So it'll be a holdover then.
And that was specifically addressed by the detention center.
No, I was thinking the sheriff's office. If somebody had, say they caught a bunch of calls and they had to catch up on paperwork before their days off.
The sheriff's office didn't bring it up. It was the detention center that specifically
But it
mentioned
would
it.
impact all of
Yeah.
them.
I'm just making sure they're covered, that's all.
They are.
Brought up by the detention center, but the type of call would be the same.
Same thing.
Okay, no,
Correct.
I'm fine with that then. That was my only concern on
Yes.
what I saw here.
And
I
that
just
is
wanna make
time,
sure-
time and a half.
Yeah, I just wanna make
Yeah.
sure everybody gets
So-
paid for, if they work it, they get paid.
Oh, 100%.
Okay.
Yes.
So, so the part about the leave calculation, time on paid leave would not count towards overtime calculation.
Correct.
Give me an example when that would come into play.
So, right now, I could take leave and then come into work the latter part of the week. I could have worked,
Past your normal schedule.
yes.
Okay.
Right now, I would get overtime beyond my normal schedule, regardless of the fact that I may have only worked 20 hours this week. But I would get overtime on those 20 hours if
Would
I
you
had
have been
already taken
called
leave.
in though? I mean, like, so they're short. So
It's not tied to a call-in. Right now, that is just the policy.
So is there, I mean, and I'm just trying to understand, so if I use my day on Monday and then I work through Friday, why would I come in on Saturday? Or any other day? I mean, would they have to be, you couldn't just say, hey, I'm gonna come in to catch up on some work and now be at overtime?
You could be scheduled for Saturday.
Or I mean, I
So
just
if
can't
your
come in on my
leave
own.
hours plus your work hours exceed your normal regularly scheduled hours, the way the policy is written now, you would qualify for overtime. So right now, you would have to physically work hours in order to qualify for overtime, if it was not an emergency callback situation.
But I still don't understand the example of that. If you're using leave and we're allowing the leave to be part of the calculation, which is what we said, they're covered.
We're not
So-
allowing leave to be a part of the calculation. It's not, it's
We just
not
said we
leave.
were though, because if Monday, like we talked about in my example, we use sick leave. Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, and Friday we get held late, that sick day is part of that calculation.
We are not proposing to use leave as a part of the overtime calculation.
And that's the
Straight-
part I guess
She's
that's,
agreeing with you.
We're not.
I mean, I'm sorry, holiday, what did you just?
I'm trying to find my slide. So I have noted that time on paid leave would not count towards the overtime calculation.
Correct. Time on paid leave does not count towards the overtime calculation.
So if he takes off on Monday, sick leave,
Mm-hmm.
he has to work 4 hours overtime Friday night. He's not going to get overtime pay for those 4 hours.
Correct. That is straight time. You have to physically work your 40 or your 35 to get your overtime, to get time and a half overtime.
so that was the whole thing with the 4 hours additional that we had talked about, but I'd use sick on Monday, so you're saying that the 4 hours would be part, it is accounted for in the definition because I got held after work.
So being scheduled and being held for an emergency are two different categories of pay. Those will be accounted for differently in the timekeeping and payroll system. Those are two different types of pay.
But I think if you were over anyway, that's not by your choice though, right? I mean, if I worked, let's just say each day was 8 hours, and I used my day on Monday, I get to Friday and I have to stay, that should be overtime. If I have to stay, right, no matter what I mean, because let's say I'm one of our maintenance guys and a ceiling tile falls down, now I gotta stay to fix it.
So his supervisor told him that he has to stay behind for
Yes.
an emergency. That is a different type of pay. That is not your
Okay.
scheduled work
So
hours.
really, it's all that then, right? I mean, if you're having to stay for anything, could be like you got to catch up in budget and finance because we ran late. I'm getting overtime now, right?
No, that's not an emergency situation.
If Mark says it is,
Well, if
I mean, that would be his supervisor because he could say, I
and
got to
we-
have these numbers.
And we are tightening up the definition of an emergency in the code to cover those situations. But the key is that this is two different types of pay. And we have a system in place that allows us to be able to identify exactly why somebody is working a certain type of hour. You working overtime and you being called in for an emergency and you having regular scheduled hours and you having leave, that's all four different types of things that will be captured differently in the system.
So are we going to see it before we vote? Is it, we just work session this or we're going for a vote today?
This was supposed to be the last one. We've discussed this
Well,
multiple times.
this is about as clear as mud for me right now.
Well, let's help you get clarity on this in this moment so that we
All right,
can
so,
put this to
so I'm
bed.
thinking there's a reason for this. And use your reason for an example and it might clarify things.
So the reason is that you should not have, I'm sorry, I should not say should. The recommendation is that an employee does not go into an overtime status until they have physically worked a certain number of hours, unless it is a emergency situation that has been approved by whoever they work for that allows for an emergency.
So he can't go on vacation for a week, come in on Saturday and do paperwork for 2 hours and get paid overtime.
Correct.
Correct.
He says you should, and Mike agrees with him.
Well, no, I'm asking, why would I come in on a 9-day off?
Well,
Now,
you had
but if I have to come in for work.
Say I got called in on it.
Right, you said paperwork.
No, what I said for paperwork was at the end, before the end of my tour duty,
Yeah.
and I'm off for 3 or 4 days, I need to have everything buttoned up and in case I call 3
thing.
late calls.
Same thing. He's off 4 days.
Mm-hmm.
On Friday, he's got paperwork is due. He can't get it done in 8 hours. But he was off all week.
So he works
So he
10
works
hours.
I worked
So
all
he works 10.
No, you were on vacation.
No, I
On
worked the
vaca-
whole week.
So does he get paid on that instance there?
Straight time.
Straight time?
Yes.
Yes,
And
so
so,
you'll
for
get straight time
example,
on that.
we have employees who can opt to cover shifts for other employees.
Now, that part I
So-
understand.
So
I
I
know where
can
you're
take a
going there.
vacation for a week or, 40 hours of leave, and then I can say, well, I'm gonna come in and I'm gonna work for Dina now. But I'm only gonna work an 8-hour shift for Dina. The way the policy is written now is that my vacation was straight time, and now I can come in and get time and a half, 8 hours, but I only worked 8 hours.
Right,
but now
that
I'm
I
getting
agree with you
paid.
1,000%. I know
So
exactly, yeah.
that is the intent of this change to the policy, is to eliminate that, the scheduled additional hours, to put you into an overtime status when you are using leave.
This is the employee that made $200,000 rule.
I'm not speaking to a particular.
No, I understand.
individual.
So I'm scheduled on my vacation and I
This
gotta
is-
cover Dina, so I said, well, you know what, I'll volunteer to come do that. I completely get that, but if I'm doing my normal job.
And you get held over.
And I get held over.
Or an emergency
or
call-in.
emergency, I get paid.
That is emergency call-in pay.
Yeah, I completely support that. I
Yes.
mean, but I just wanna make sure that, I don't know, there's a major accident and just because I had off on Monday, my thing, I don't get
We agree with you.
penalized. Yeah.
And this policy compensates employees for that because we understand when this has gone beyond the desire of the employee and it's the operational needs of the county.
So this really
And
just-
they will be compensated for that.
This really just kind of it corrects where I'm using my leave time to go work other shifts, basically, type thing.
Or you may have time management issues, and were not able to complete a task on a specific day, and you could take leave the day before, the day after, come work a long shift. You know, it mitigates many issues that could come about when allowing employees to earn overtime on non-productive hours. The intent of paying somebody overtime is because they worked a lot. That's the purpose of it.
Will their director be able to control this, to be able to say, to weave through, because, this is vague in a way.
They're not controlling it now.
And that's the issue.
They're
So
not- they're-
one or two employees is the cause of this entire policy.
Right, because
A
the department
supervisor not
heads-
being a
the
supervisor
department
and
heads
correcting
not
his
being a
behavior.
supervisor.
Well, but this is a best practice.
Yes.
One or two employees hasn't driven this recommendation from HR. Now, there are one or two employees that have taken advantage of the policy as it's written, but what we are recommending is a best practice from an HR and a personnel management standpoint, that employees would only earn overtime on productive hours.
Because
best-
it sounds
best-
like it won't affect the people that do their normal job and things happen to.
No, it will.
It will.
Oh, absolutely it will. The whole thing's written
So
for everybody.
there's a hostage situation and an officer has to be out there. They're going to get their overtime.
Because that's an emergency.
If they got called out, but if it's an extension to their shift, no.
No. If it's extension shift, they should still get overtime.
Not according to this.
Not
If they
according to
use
the
sick
rule.
leave on one day that week.
So Linda Turner, Deputy County Administrator, the goal of this best practice is to back out non-productive time. So overtime is used to compensate employees that work beyond their 35, 40-hour work week. So now most jurisdictions are backing out leave that's used because it's non-productive time. They're not working. So now you'll still get paid straight time, but until you reach the level of leave that you used within that 35, 40-hour work week, you won't reach the time and a half.
Right, but that day that I take off, that's my day. I've earned that day. That's mine.
That is your
That's
day,
Part
sure.
of compensation. So I'm getting penalized for using my day then.
No, we're still paying you
No,
to
you're
take
paying
the
me
day
straight time.
leave.
But if I had worked if I hadn't been on vacation, say, where leaped over, I would get paid overtime. But since I had a scheduled day, maybe I had a doctor's appointment, so I scheduled a day for that, and then something happens, I don't get overtime where in the past I would have.
Correct. Well, right now we do daily, so you could do
Well, I
a,
understand not just the daily thing, but I get that. But if you've worked 40 hours and now you're working 2 or 3 hours, you're technically on overtime. And that's a standard practice. That 8 hours, just because that 8 hours was my benefits package.
But you
I
didn't
still
work.
more than 40 hours. Because I worked that day, even though I didn't physically come in here. That is, I worked that day because I earned that as part of my benefit package. So I've already earned that. That's my money. You gave me as a county, you gave me 5 days as part of my benefit package, so I earned that.
but it's non-productive time.
I've never got
You're
one
not
of those in my
working
life.
here.
I've been self-employed forever. I've never got one of those in my life.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm just saying, if I worked for a company and you gave me 5 sick days, and I used that day to go to the doctors or whatever, and then I worked the other 4 days, but that Friday something happened, and I had to stay over.
So Commissioner Hart, I would like to just read to you the communication that was provided to the detention center, because this is specifically who brought it up, was the detention center employees. So the concern about correctional deputies not being compensated for time and a half when they are held over, that is what was specifically brought up. We are recommending a premium pay for holdovers to ensure that employees are being compensated specifically for this purpose. So it is holdover and it is emergency call-in. That category of leave is going to cover you when they are held over from their normal shift to meet minimum staffing requirements, to cover,
Paperwork.
yes, as not paperwork,
Well, it's held over.
as
It is held over.
as
No matter
a
what it is.
declared emergency, a critical situation that is approved. This is not somebody who is going to pick up another schedule. This isn't somebody who just decides that they're just going to keep on working today because they personally want to continue to finish a
Oh, yeah,
task.
I'm with you 1,000%. I just want to make sure that
You
that
know,
person that,
Yeah, so if I have a staff member in Human Resources who took vacation, but now they want to come back to get caught up on their emails,
they can't.
oh, they can, they'll get straight time.
Straight time.
Oh,
Yes,
gotcha.
that's not a critical, I'm not,
It's
critical.
not part of the
incident is a
daily
different type of
duties. I mean, excuse me, that's just part of their daily duties.
That-
It's not over and above.
play. That is not anything that's being mandated that they stay for as a part of their, as a part of their job. Commissioner Ireland?
I think it goes back to your supervisors being supervisors, and I think that your supervisors weren't doing their job, and that's why this is being put into place, to be quite honest with you.
But it's not messing anybody up. It's not taking away from the employee. I mean, what is the negative? What, are we, for lack of a better word, getting, no, I won't use that word. Are we trying to get over on employees? I mean, I sat down and went through all of this yesterday, and I understand it completely, and I'm in agreement with it, but I'm not understanding the problem with it. So somebody explain to me what the negative is to an employee, because it makes sense to me.
So the negative to the employee is, as I understand, is that an employee takes off a day a week. And then at the end of the week, they have paperwork that they have to finish.
It could be held after, could be
No,
any.
if you're hold after, you get holdover pay.
No,
This is,
No, it has to be declared an incident for, that's a whole different definition.
you're held over to do paperwork,
Okay, just go ahead with the paperwork.
and you get paid straight time instead of time and a half.
Okay, so
That's
I'm on an accident scene for 4 hours. You can keep on and on and on where you're held beyond your final Friday or
But
your
that's
final
emergency.
day off.
But that's an
That's
emergency.
emergency.
That's emergency.
If you decide I'm gonna stay to do paperwork, so what? Get straight time. If it's an emergency, if something comes up and you have to be there, you have to be there because you're protecting the citizens. You get compensated.
Barbara, did the CERC weigh in on this?
Yes, there was mixed feelings about this specific one, but the majority, they were not against it. So there were some employees that said, no, I want to continue, because what's happening is you get daily overtime, correct? Is that correct, Melanie?
Correct.
Okay, so now we're going to weekly overtime, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so if I take off on Monday, then I would have to make up that Monday in order for overtime to start. Okay? My job, very rarely do I have an emergency come up. So I would just get straight pay. And that's just because I couldn't get what I needed to get done, but I shouldn't get paid overtime for that. If that, does that help a little bit? But it was mixed, but a majority was not against changing it to weekly overtime. Okay.
And right now, per one of my very savvy colleagues in another department, put it best by saying, right now, the tools are in the employee's hand with this policy. Right now, we have to do this because that is the way the policy is written. What we are recommending puts the tools in the supervisor's hands and allows the supervisors to manage, because at this point, the supervisor has no choice. You can't say a supervisor isn't managing. If my employee right now works more than, or works less than 35 hours, but it ends up putting them into more hours for that week because they took leave, I have to give them time and a half. It's not discretionary. But this way, it puts the power with the supervisor to be able to utilize the policy that we have in place. Right now, the employee has the power.
So the supervisor could at any given time during this say, no, this was a situation had to be handled and pay them overtime.
Classify the time on their work report to that specific type of pay, and that
Right,
will
'cause not every
automatically be
car
logged.
accident or what have you could be could be like, we're up against it for CIP and something ran over. I mean, there's time, technology services, system crashes. Those guys, that's an emergency. It's just not one that we think of like an ambulance, but to get the computers back online or whatever that is an emergency. So they would have the discrepancy to be able to pay them as sort?
Discretion, so you're saying supervisor discretion comes into play on this whole thing then?
So county administrator. But we have tools.
Well, the county administrator really didn't have that much to do with the sheriff's office.
I'm sorry, for the sheriff's office?
No, I'm just saying
For the,
across-
for the
across-
sheriff's
across-
office, it's the sheriff.
across
For the
the
sheriff's
board, period.
office, it is the sheriff.
So
But
supervisor,
for county employees, it is the county administrator who will direct the department heads as to what would be classified as a situation that would allow an employee to get call-in pay or holdover pay.
so you're saying it's allowing a supervisor to do his job.
Correct,
So supervisor does have discretion on overtime if it's done this way.
correct.
Okay, fair enough. That's all.
Yeah, because I know this is hard to, it's hard to get it into verbiage. Because there's so many, I mean, we do everything as we handle society.
And-
So it gives them some flexibility.
And everything that we do, someone will be able to find a way to work the rules in their favor, but we are recommending best practices, and this is aligned with the Fair Labor Standards Act.
But if there are some bad actors, then there's oversight with that supervisor. We should be able to narrow it down to go, no,
Well, now they have the tools to be able to do it if you
Okay.
approve this,
I understand.
because right now they have no choice but to pay it.
Any other questions? I'm sorry, do we have a decision to make, or we're just
Yeah, we need guidance.
on which issue?
Everything. We need you to let us know,
We'll go slide by slide?
or line by line, to let us know what you're moving forward with.
Let's-
mercy.
All right, start with the first slide. Is that the first slide?
Well, it's the last slide, it's the summary slide.
Oh, sorry. All right.
I thought we kind of went through this, though. We already went through this.
We did. This is just
We
a
went through
summary,
this
so
during-
you would
we
have
went
it
through this
all in
during-
one
during the
spot.
presentation.
Yeah, so you, the question now is, do
So-
you have issues with anything that's on that slide?
Okay, so the first thing is the promotional rate. There's a $65,000 fiscal impact.
I mean, as long as the supervisor has the discretion to make sure everything is right, I'm fine.
I'm fine.
I just didn't want the supervisor to have their hands tied.
Correct, that's where I
Shall
was
we-
with the whole thing. I just
Yeah.
don't want to see the employee who's trying to do the right thing, make that late arrest, have to do paperwork, whatever, not get compensated overtime when they should. That's what I was worried about.
I hear you, and that makes perfectly good sense.
Okay, thank you.
I'm good.
Okay, so the first one, the promotion, the proposal as is, this is the recommendation that you would like for HR to move forward with. Okay, got it.
Fine,
Shift differential as proposed.
fine,
Field training officer pay as proposed.
fine.
So,
That's the $2 an hour.
good. Yep.
Well, some people it should be 10.
I'm
Don't
sorry.
go there. Come on, let's get through this.
You want me to train what?
Critical incident response pay for exempt employees.
Good.
260.
So can we back up to field training?
Yes, field training officer pay, $2 an hour, $23,000 fiscal impact.
And we included paramedics and EMTs in there. Can you explain that?
That was these numbers here, yeah.
Sure.
So is that for supervisors, for all, what's going on there?
No, it would be, so currently, the correctional deputies, deputy sheriffs, and
Talking about exempt, non-exempt?
The CDOs.
Oh.
Or they have a new job title.
No, this is
so
training.
what we're recommending adding 4 job titles: paramedics, emergency medical technicians, and sheriff's office communications officers 1 and 2. So to answer your question, Commissioner Cox, it is not the supervisors.
So
It's
it goes
specific
down
job
to
titles.
It would have to be employees with those job titles only.
So we're
And
saying
these-
field training officer, and then we're saying all EMTs going to get field training?
So FTO pay is additional compensation, currently $1 an hour. We're recommending $2 an hour. And it's provided to employees who are officially assigned by their director.
Their supervisor. Their
Pardon?
supervisor. Their supervisor, correct?
They're not supervising, they're
No, but
working.
they have been told by their supervisor they're going to be a trainee.
Yes, they're designated as a trainer for new hires.
Okay.
So they're working with new employees in that role.
So it goes back to supervision again. Okay, very good.
Critical incident response pay.
I'm good.
And now, I believe I heard you say that we are going with the overtime over 35.
Based on your scheduled work week.
Got it? The comp leave payout, one time now, and then at a minimum of once per year annually moving forward.
So the payout upon promotion there, so is it prior to the promotion or
Yes,
after the promotion?
prior to promotion, you would pay out the comp.
So you're zero balance at every promotion?
Yes,
Okay, just for clarification, that was all.
yes,
Is that your hourly rate?
yes. Standby pay. And actual holiday pay only. Thank you. John, do you need an official vote or?
Sorry, John Norris, County Attorney. No, Melanie, I think Director Woodson, what we're asking for is the board to give us direction what to take to public comment. The board will still have an opportunity to respond to the public's concerns,
Okay,
and the public can include employees as well.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank
you.
you.
Thank you.
Are we done 86 yet?
Not even close, sir.
Seconds or
12
Is the
parts.
rest of it simpler?
86 sections in
Yes,
86.
the rest of it is simpler, I assure you.
I don't think I'm gonna live to see it.
No.
I don't think I am either.
It's like when, remember we were trying to do the, what was it, we're gonna do like all the jurisdictions like in like 6 months. What was that crazy thing? Yeah. Yeah, that was it.
Yeah.
We are,
You could skip it if you want. Next item on the agenda is a work session, Department of Planning and Zoning, rezoning request for a map amendment 25-01.
No, it's not. Because I'm gonna go back to that earlier conversation earlier. I might have to revise what I said.
Good afternoon,
Jason
Commissioners.
knows better than that.
There's Will.
Jason Brinkley, Director of Planning and Zoning. With me this afternoon is Rachel O'Shea, Deputy Director of Zoning, and the star of the show this afternoon is Will Hager, who's a Planner 3. Before us is a request for a map amendment. I'm going to let Will run through the request, and this is only a work session, so there's no action necessarily. This is for informational purposes.
All right, good afternoon, Commissioners.
Afternoon.
So like Jason said, we're here today to present an application for a zoning map amendment that we've received. And properties subject to this zoning map amendment application include 136 East Chesapeake Beach Road and 150 East Chesapeake Road, located at the intersection of Old Solomon's Island Road and MD 260, directly adjacent and north of Owings Town Center. The existing zoning of the properties are as follows. 136 East Chesapeake Road is rural commercial, 150 East Chesapeake Road is rural neighborhood district, and the existing uses at 136 East Chesapeake Road is a automobile filling station, and the existing use at 150 East Chesapeake Beach Road is a single-family dwelling.
So they're on the same side of the road, they're just adjoining.
Yeah, we're going to get to some maps to help visualize that.
Sorry.
No problem. So the proposed zoning for the subject properties in this application is Town Center Core District for both parcels. The Owings Town Center zoning ordinance describes the core district as the intent within this district is to allow for a variety of complementary uses appropriate to the scale and traffic volume of a regional thoroughfare, but adjusted to the village scale of the Owings area and to promote and sustain commercial development. The proposed use of the property is an enhancement to the existing automobile filling station at 136 East Chesapeake Beach Road and expanded onto the 150 East Chesapeake Beach Road property. The automobile filling station is not a permitted use in the rural commercial district. The existing filling station is a non-conforming use. And if the rezoning request is approved, the proposed development would be in conformance with the requirements, regulations, and conditions set forth in the Calvert County zoning ordinance, which permits automobile filling stations as a conditional use in the Owings Town Center core subdistrict.
Well, to stop you on that, so if we change this, do we set a precedence for the other town centers? That was a hot topic before. And right now, with zoning the way it is, prohibits that. There's a big stink. And I'm just, when you said that right there, are we opening that door?
And the other question I have is, do we define automobile filling stations? Because some of them have turned into grocery stores and restaurants. So is an automobile filling station whatever they want to build?
Where
once
just
they have a
gas.
pump?
No, and they're not anymore. They're
Car washes, grocery stores, restaurants.
convenience stores, whatever.
Yeah, almost hotels.
Uh-huh.
So I just call that a gas station? 'Cause I'm just asking this simple question.
Our definition of automobile filling station doesn't include that type of convenience.
See, it does?
Yes.
Yeah. And you know where I'm
You got
going.
your Wawas, you got your fast stops, you got all that stuff. I mean,
Well, Walmart could come in if it puts some gas pumps in front of it,
Correct.
call itself a gas station.
And be in the rural commercial zone.
Well, this is where the dash-in is already, right?
Correct.
And the individuals that want to expand this property will be taking over where a house now exists, and the people have already agreed that they will give up their house to them. This will be not only a filling station, but a convenience store as well. Am I correct? And from where I'm sitting, but if there are zoning situations, we can talk about it. That's considered a town center, but it's not a town center, so as to speak. So I look at what they're looking to put there as the beginning, as a core of what the town center could be on those four corners.
And we'll get to in another slide what the
Okay.
comprehensive plan calls for in that area.
Okay, thank you.
So on this slide, we're looking at the current zoning of the area around Owings Town Center. The parcels circled in the middle are the subject parcels to this amendment application. And on this slide, we're looking at what the zoning in the same area would look like if the zoning map amendment were to be approved. On this slide, you can see the delineation of the three sub-districts within Owings Town Center as they exist today. Those sub-districts include the Core District, Village District, and Edge District. And on this slide, we're looking at the future land use map for the Owings area from the comprehensive plan. In the comprehensive plan, the Owings Town Center boundary is proposed to be expanded to include additional properties north of Maryland 260 and east of Maryland 778. And the two properties subject to this map amendment are included within that area. So the proposed rezoning would enable the expansion and renovation of the existing automobile filling station. The applicant proposes to demo the existing gas station and single-family detached dwelling and redevelop the subject property with a new, modern, and better designed facility. The proposed renovation would enable the installation of modern and improved landscaping, lighting, and stormwater management facilities, an upgraded septic system, better on-site circulation, safer entrances, and other aesthetic improvements. On this slide, we have an image of the elevation drawing of the proposed development included in the application package. And on this slide, we have an image of the concept plan of the proposed development. The subject property is a focal point of the existing commercial activity in the Owings Town Center. As depicted in the comprehensive plan, this is the only major intersection within both the current and future Owings Town Center. Maryland State Highway Administration traffic counts from 2023 indicate an average daily traffic volume of 7,045 vehicles per day along MD 260 as compared to 7,971 in 2013. So on the next two slides, we're going to go over the applicant's justification for this rezoning request. The current RC rural commercial zoning of 136 East Chesapeake Beach Road reflects the historic use of the property, which has existed since before the county's town center concept. The existing primary structure was constructed in 1970. Changing the zoning designation of the subject property to Town Center Core District would support the redevelopment of the existing automobile filling station and is consistent with the goals and intentions of the comprehensive plan. Although the existing use of the 150 East Chesapeake Road is residential, the appropriate zoning for the property should have been considered in the context of the surrounding properties and the future land use to conform with the comprehensive plan, rather than placing it in a holding zone, which is not reflected in the plan's intent for the surrounding properties. And by designating the subject property in the RC and RND zones during the comprehensive rezoning, the existing facts were not considered. The actual character and use of the property, as well as the property's location in an area designated for future development, is more consistent with the Town Center Core designation. Reasonably foreseeable trends contemplated by the comprehensive plan and supported by the existing facts and nature of the subject property were not considered. And retaining the RC zoning for the 136 East Chesapeake Beach Road property and rezoning the 150 East Chesapeake Beach Road property to R&D was a mistake of fact because the RC and R&D zoning designations inhibit the type of development envisioned in the county's comprehensive plan. And in regard to what the zoning map amendment timeline would look like as compared with the Owings Town Center Master Plan and zoning ordinance update process, the zoning map amendment process takes roughly 6 to 8 months from application submittal to completion. The Owings Town Center Master Plan and zoning ordinance update process is tentatively scheduled to begin in July of this year and completed by January of 2027. So that concludes the presentation. This work session was primarily for informational purposes, and staff is planning to proceed with the public adoption process outlined for these type of map amendments.
All that property is going to be town center, right?
That
All
is
of-
how it's proposed in the expansion. But the plan has always been that we wouldn't consider the expansions until we got to that town center zoning ordinance and master plan.
Has the site been posted?
No,
Yeah.
the site has not been posted, but it will be prior to going to public hearing.
And have we heard any outrage or community outreach concerns that they may have with this project?
Commissioner, this is literally the first step.
Okay.
In
Planning
this
Commission hasn't
process
seen it
is
yet.
making the public aware that this request is coming. Procedurally, we have to go through, I mean, this is informational to
Okay.
make sure that the public is aware.
Because we haven't had any emails or anything, so that's why I'm.
So this is alerting you, you may get
Okay,
some.
yeah, okay. This is the warm-up.
My fear just opens the door for if you allow this here, have you say no in other places that it just really may not be conducive at all.
Well, they are going to start looking at each town center, correct? So this would be one that they will look at. The process will be longer, but
That's correct.
They
I
will
think
be looking
that's ultimately, as this process unfolds, one of the questions both for the Planning Commission and the Board of County Commissioners is whether you want to consider this at this time or consider this as part of the comprehensive look at the Town Center Master Plan update for Owings, which I think originally in conversations with this applicant was set to take place much later, several years from now, as opposed to in the coming months, which is our goal at the moment to start that process. So I'm not sure how that fits in their timeline, but it is a more accelerated look at that town center than what was originally contemplated.
I think it adds a plus to the area, and we have to keep in mind that this is the first step, most definitely, and we are going to be looking at comprehensive plans. And, we did have a problem a while back, but that had to do with the fact that county commissioners should not be enhancing themselves. That's something that's completely different than what this is.
Well, that for the end user here, you think about it, a vehicle going out 260 and up Route 2, the next place he could even think about stopping getting gas is 2 in Lothian and leaves there. That's just gas. And he leaves there. I guess he could hit Dunkin'
Harwood.
Donuts now.
Isn't there gas in Owens? There used to be.
There is,
There's gas
Bayside
in
Bull,
Owens.
they're now there.
Yeah, but I'm saying that's a pretty good distance is what I'm getting at between.
yeah. And another thing, I've seen these plans for probably about a year now, the proposal, and I think it's a welcome addition because the dash-in that is there now is on a very small footprint. It's really dangerous to get in and out. It's in a very, very tight footprint, and you're going in to get gas, you're going in to get a gallon of milk, and everything is jammed there. So when I was looking at this, me personally, I'm glad that it's come before us. It'll go through its paces, the proper steps, but I think it will be a wonderful addition to the town center in Owens.
So have you seen anything proposed for the corner of 2 and 260 yet?
No, but they've talked about, I thought you were asking
No, I'm
me.
sorry,
No, the rumor mill is Royal Farms there, but have you all seen anything?
You're talking about just to the south of this location? There's been nothing submitted.
Okay.
So I hadn't seen anything.
I don't
There's
think
no vote today
we'll
anyway.
No,
No,
thank
There's
you.
no vote, it's just
Yeah.
No.
information.
Yep.
This is for awareness, correct?
Yeah.
Correct.
So if the phone starts ringing.
Till the phone start ringing.
We
There-
appreciate the heads up.
What makes you think that could happen?
Only if it's dead.
Thank you.
All right, we don't have
Thank you.
any other questions.
Thank you.
Thank you, y'all. Have a good day. Whew. I think that brings us to public comment.
Afternoon, Commissioners. There has been no one online all day today, and I don't see anyone in the room for public comment, so turn it back over.
We wore them out. So the next item on the agenda is Commissioner reports. Commissioner Hart, what you been doing lately?
I know, right? I had to go back and kind of think. It's been a while. I went back to Mill Creek to speak with them. They're still continuing their discussions on local government. And I did the therapeutic recreational duck race, which is always a good time. I did promise them something big next year. I couldn't, so we haven't come up with it yet. Something big for next year. And then I did the fundraiser for the library, the Jeopardy at the library. And I could be something I'm missing in there, but I was trying to, it all was like a blur this morning. So that's it.
Thank you. Commissioner Bradshaw.
On this,
Oh, well, yeah, we did the citations together, for that was really cool.
The pages,
Yeah,
two young ladies.
yes.
okay, on April 16th, I did Live at Linda's. The animal shelter, 2 employees came with 2 dogs, and Calvert Broadcast taped us. Thank you to John and Michael. They made it really effortless, for sure. I think it might be out now. I think my husband said he saw it. On the 19th, military families were invited to Post 206 for an Easter celebration. It was very nice. I hope the word gets around and more people attend. It was so geared at the children. The food was good. It was a good time. I'd like to see that build. On the 22nd, went to Calvert Cliffs for Earth Day. and they were building beds for individuals who don't have beds. They built the bed, children, and they painted them. I did not build the bed because I didn't know I was
You
there
weren't
to
dressed
build
for
the
the
bed, and I was not dressed to build the bed.
She was
But-
dressed for boots and bling.
though.
Boots and bling,
You
yes.
were dressed for boots and
Well,
bling.
that's my usual MO, but anyway. But, anyway, but it was really, really great to see. And two of our commissioners did participate in that. And, then, on the 23rd, I went to the Twin Beaches for their volunteer appreciation dinner, and that was very nice. The 24th, I encourage all my commissioners, if this happens again, the poverty simulation was so unique and something I had never experienced, and it really opened up what we do within the community, what we can still do in the community, and it was a simulation of impoverished families coming to you. I was a daycare center, and truly, on some of the individuals who were participating, it was so overwhelming to them, and you could just see it on their faces, and they weren't really impacted. It was a simulation, so it was great. The 25th, we had the ERC Awards Luncheon, and that was, ERC did such a great job. That was done beautifully. On the 26th, I went to Dunkirk Volunteer Fire Department banquet at Sassafras Farms, and it was formal on the invitation, and I was the only formal person there. Go figure.
That was formal for the fire department, what they were wearing.
That's what I figured out.
Yeah, that's their definition.
That's
of
what I
formal.
figured out,
Yeah.
President Hans,
Yeah.
and they won't get me again.
Don't feel
Okay?
bad. Every time I got invited to the beach, George Owens and them, they'd be in like the Hawaiian shirts and all this stuff, and I'm wearing a suit and all, and they would look at me and go, "What are you doing?"
I
You
know.
Oh yeah, every single time. Yeah, but I was afraid the one time to do that, and they'd all be in the
They'd all be
suit.
dressed up.
Yeah.
And then on the 27th, I went to Edmonds United Methodist Church. They had recognition of their ushers there. Frank McBride, I had never done that before. I got there, he sat down with me, he walked me through it. Pastor Titus spoke, which was kind of funny that I met him because I had just gotten his name, because I have a question for him about the
Fair.
the fair, yes. And the new pastor, probably not quite so new, is Wilson Perrin. So I was able to visit with him and listen to him and First Lady Deborah Perrin. They were very welcoming, and it was wonderful. I really enjoyed it. Just to let you know, this Friday in North Beach is our first Friday. Starts at 6 o'clock. And please keep the following families in your prayers. Deacon Chad Martin, who's originally from Solomons and lived in Solomons, he passed away. Michael Jenkins is our superintendent for Forrester, and his uncle Carlos Machado died. And as we were going back to our truck the day of Mr. Machado's funeral, to pick up Frank's truck, I saw two old friends there, and Steve Whitman had died that morning, and his daughter Amy O'Connor is one of our employees. So that will be this Friday. And also, I got to give out a shout out to my girl Katie. Katie is all five of our clerks, but Katie makes us feel like she is our own clerk, like she is five people in one. And I am not going to go into it, but Sunday she saved me, and I will be forever indebted to her. So Katie, thank you. You go the extra mile, you really do. And in another life, when I was interviewing people and hiring them, I always checked up on their references, and one of my last questions always was, are they a 9 to 5 or do they go the extra mile? Are they ready to pitch in and help where help is needed? And that was a big deal for me, and Katie always goes the extra mile, so thank you, Katie.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Every single event that I go to, she knows this brain is holding on for dear life as it is. Okay? And she'll hit me with the reminder. And if it's like later in the day, she'll hit me again. You know, oh, she's incredible. Beyond incredible.
She's wonderful.
God, her head's gonna be so
That's it.
big.
It might explode, but that's okay.
Hit the deflate button, it's okay.
Oh, I'm getting team chat now. They're all coming in.
Very good. Well, as Commissioner Grasso said, that Post 206 does a really nice job on anything they do, and especially with the military families that day. We love to see that event grow, but what they do with the military families is great. Also went to a bill signing, the only one we got in this year in Annapolis, but I did attend one of them, I don't know, a week before last, I guess it was. And as you saw today, we are winding down this year's budget, and I just want to give a shout out to the administrator's office and their staff. And I want to double down with all the county employees and the staff and the directors and what this means to us when you all take a critical look at, you know, the budget in front of you and we all dug in this year and came together to get this done, and we have a balanced budget. So we will go through that with next Tuesday night and get that cleaned up. And I just want to thank, like I said, all the county staff and employees and countywide, thank you.
Yes, that was a big job. Great.
Thank you, Commissioner Harlan.
So it was definitely a busy 2 weeks. On the 10th, we had the inclusive track and field event at Calvert High School. I tell you, Sheriff Cox and his personnel were there in full swing, putting medals on the kids, and the kids just ate it up. They love the police. They love our police, and the families do as well. It's been going on for years and years, and it's great to see all those deputies and correctional officers out there interacting with the children. CCAC, Huntingtown High Auditorium, was that evening, and CEA had an apprenticeship program where a representative from the state came down, and they actually had some students who were involved in apprenticeship programs. It's something new that CEA is doing. As we all said, there's a huge focus on the CEA, and unfortunately, or CTA rather, unfortunately CTA they're at capacity. A lot of kids get turned away from being able to have the opportunity to take some of those classes. It would potentially get them into the trades and get them that head start that we need. So hopefully one day we can expand upon that. Also on the 10th was the mock crash at Calvert High School. I was able to MC that. And, you know, Debbie Jennings and the Chesapeake Traffic Safety Council came down. They actually have a speaker whose child was killed. I believe she was in Howard County by a drunk driver. She spoke inside the auditorium, and unfortunately I didn't get a chance to see her, but they say she was a phenomenal speaker. She said there wasn't a dry eye in the place. Traffic Safety Council meeting was also that day, and we wrapped up with a health department open house. The 11th CMS Career Day, Calvert Middle School went and spoke to several different classes there. And that evening was CASA's Comedy Invasion that was held at Calvert High School. Also went to the Legion in the Beach on 260 for the military families event. You know, Brandon Temple's done a phenomenal job there. And I believe and don't hold me to the numbers, but I think it's 14 of 31 Purple Star schools in the state of Maryland are in Calvert County. That's huge. That's huge. It's because Brandon has taken that bull by the horns and he's moved forward. You couldn't have a better person in that position to get that ball rolling. So that's something we can all be proud of as well. The 22nd, as Commissioner Grasso mentioned, it was a 50-year celebration of Calvert Cliffs. It also happened to fall in line with Earth Day, and we did build beds for Sleep in Heavenly Peace. And the beds were built for kids who sleep on the floors, basically, in Calvert, Charles, and St. Mary's. It was kind of neat. It was an assembly line process, and they set the beds up at different stations, but they were aimed after, everybody's seen the This Ends Up bunk beds. They were aimed after those, but they were single kids' beds. And after they were all put together, they actually dipped them, they branded them, they dipped them, they sealed them, and they were all ready to be shipped out to their new homes. So it was a neat event. Constellation did a great job with that, and I'm glad we were able to be part of it. And it was a huge team building thing. I mean, you talk about hearing team building things, but that was cool. They had a DJ, they had music. It was very well put together.
That's good.
Food was good.
Yeah, it was. It was.
Thank you, Bobby Bonner.
Yeah. The 23rd Northeast Community Center went there and issued a couple of citations to volunteers who broke the 10,000 hour mark in volunteering. Huntingtown High School senior night, I went to their baseball team or game that night. They actually won. The girls softball lost 2-1, and the boys, when I left, I think it was 6-1 or 6-2. But very tight games, good games. The 25th was Commissioner Grasso and I went to the Marine Museum, where the youth put together a mural for Under the Sea. She talked about it earlier on, but it was kind of neat because they teamed up with Chesapeake Biological Lab and local artists, and it was a neat event, and the mural was very cool. So the mural's going to be on display, they said, at different locations throughout the county. I'll be interested to see how they do that. The 26th was the Celtic Festival, Jefferson Patterson Park annual event, big crowd. It started by Ben Williams and Mr. Dent. How many years ago was that, Mike Hart?
I tell you, I saw the pictures of Mr. Wood too. Yeah, he was still having people play bagpipes in the '80s. I can tell you that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, he was there. I got to see Van, his son.
Okay.
And I think this was 42 to 46, somewhere in there, year of that Celtic Festival.
Not,
Really?
Not at Patterson Park.
No, not at Patterson Park, but that's how many years they've had it going
Okay.
on. And like I said, May 9th, Hospice of the Chesapeake is having their big culinary event. It's one of the first events being held at Rod and Reel. It's from 6 to 10. It should be a great event. That's all I have.
Thank you. Commissioner Grasso.
Yeah, I forgot that I also toured the health department and went to the comedy invasion, but like Commissioner Ireland said, when we went down to Calvert Marine Museum and they did the mural, there is so much more behind that mural. These young people were mentored by adults, very talented adults within our community. I said to one little boy, he came up to me and I said, congratulations. He was kind of nonchalant. And I said, this is going to go all around the county. The marine biologist came over and explained to them what is in the water. An artist work with them on how to combine colors and how to pull it together. And I think the big thing, not only their accomplishment, but the fact that our adults in Calvert County mentored these children, many children who don't have, mentoring went a long way for them. So it, like Commissioner Ireland said, it was very moving, wasn't it? It was great. So, and just one more thing, I got to brag on one thing. My oldest grandson graduates from St. Mary's College with a degree in biology. And he found out today that he passed his test for the electrical union. So we're going to have an electrician in the family, and my husband's keeping his fingers crossed for a plumber. So that's it.
Jason, don't worry. She's already applied for a permit.
So biology, electrical, he must be going to do pacemakers maybe?
No. He got halfway through school and decided the trades were for him.
Good for him. Good for him.
And he talked to his parents and didn't quite take their word for it and came and talked with my husband and I. And we said, buddy, you're halfway through. You can never take an education away from you. We're all behind you. You do what you have to do to get through school, and then you go into the trades. And
Yeah,
that's
good.
what he's doing, and we're real proud of him.
Yeah.
Good move.
Absolutely. Good deal. Well, I'm a sloucher. We went away for Easter, so I was gone most of the time. I'll have a short report. But last Thursday,
You're just doing that for our benefit. That's all.
yeah. Commissioner Hart and I did go to Patuxent High School and presented two young ladies there with citations for serving as pages during the legislative session, because I found out during session one night that in Calvert County, it's a pretty extensive process to get selected. You have to do essays and all kinds of stuff. In most counties, they're lucky to find somebody that wants to serve. So that's why we did that. And I think we have to go to Huntingtown and recognize
Yes.
two more at some point in time. And last Thursday, after we did the presentation, I did go build a bed. My job was to sand the wood because I didn't want to have any responsibility if a bed fell apart at some point in time.
All I did was drill holes, so.
Yeah, but they could be wrong.
Could be.
But it was an excellent team
You
building.
could have missed it and they get a splinter, so what do you want me to say?
Because they had the lumber there, and one team cut it, another team drilled holes, and that whole assembly line. It was a great event, and they built 100 beds for children. So
It's awesome.
it was very nice. And Bobby Bonner, thank you for feeding us.
That's very good.
It was good.
They
So
played good music, man.
They
Did you
do
like that
play
music?
good
DJ was,
music.
but
He
yeah.
played great music.
Like
was
what?
good.
What was a good song?
It was all our age. It was all 80s music.
rock
It
and
was
Oh,
good.
all right.
Yeah,
Yeah, right.
right.
Okay.
It was a lot of
All right.
soul music. It was good.
Oh, you know I can.
It was all up tempo to keep you moving.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Smart. Smart.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, but it was a great team building event. I think we won't talk about what it cost, but anyway, it was a great team building
It was.
event for a good
Glad we
cause.
were part of it.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's really all I have. Just next week, we are going to cut ribbon, go down to Jefferson Patterson Park and cut the ribbon on the renovation for the old house, which will be very exciting. And I missed this Celtic Festival, but weather wasn't perfect. I'm trying not to miss baseball games. My grandsons are playing baseball, and I'm not going to miss those.
I can understand.
Yes.
You only get it once.
Amen.
And he's learned to hit the ball, so you got to be there,
Man,
right?
I got a little slugger. That little fool can hit. Shoo.
Now, what position does he play?
He play well. They're rotating him through because he's only 8.
Okay.
But he pitches, he catches, they rotate him around. He don't play
Nothing's
outfield,
like
though.
they're pitching. Your boy's pitching. He's got 2 strikes and can't get that third. Foul tip. Foul tip. What I mean, it's like, and then when Winter's like snapping the football, man, I can't even
So
watch.
this is his first year of kids pitch. So
It's awesome though. It's awesome stuff.
every once in a while, you see a kid that's really good at 8 or 9 years old.
But they're so into that. It's like they're winning the World Series. It is the coolest thing. I mean, it is.
Yeah.
I miss it already, and yeah. It's
He's
awesome.
already had 2 grand slams.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
That's
that
cool. And they're
smile.
screaming, "Go,
Yeah.
go!" And some of the kids don't know to run, and I mean,
Oh,
it's
my
great,
God.
it's great stuff. Yeah.
I'm the team grandfather because I am loud. So when they're supposed to be running, I'm yelling, "Run to first base! Run to first base!" Because they're standing.
Oh yeah, they're like they'll kill it and then stand there.
So guess what? He's gonna play football this fall.
Okay.
Oh, there you
Who will he
go.
play
Yeah. I don't know yet. It's Pee Wee, so they
There you
haven't
go.
had to sign up yet. But
Prince Frederick and Honeytown there, everything just,
they played fall ball last fall. I'm going to get carried away here, but it lasted until Thanksgiving,
yeah.
the playoffs, and they did win the championship. But this year they said they're not doing that. It's too long, so they're all going to play football.
There you
His
go.
buddies. So
Yeah. Oh no.
Good.
Are you ready for a
great.
motion?
if I have to stop talking about my grandchildren, I guess I am.
Yeah, but that's the good stuff, though. You know, I mean, when you watch like some other jurisdictions, there's nothing personal. It's so business-like, you know, and it's like, you know, if you're not invested in the community, I mean, you know, I've been sitting at ball fields.
You have
forever. You know, good, bad, or indifferent. You know what I mean? And it's you need to be involved in that.
We can start bringing grandkids in at the 9 o'clock if you want.
He's in school.
Yeah.
You know what's gonna happen?
What?
It's gonna be like Frank.
What?
The coach had to tell my son and his wife that grandparents are not allowed to coach from the sidelines. So we put Frank between us and we hit him every time he gets loud. You can cheer, you can't coach.
I'll tell you, when
Yeah.
Chelsea was playing volleyball, she was just starting out travel ball. She did something on the court, and I was like, "Really, Chelsea?" Blah, tears flying, right?
Oh, I know.
So I said,
try
"Well,
not
what
to
am,
speak.
well, I said, what am I going to do? I need to come up with something." So every time I went to a game from then on, I had a bag of blow pops. And by the time you reach in your mouth to grab the blow pop to take it out to say something, it's like something kicks in, then you know not to say anything.
See, I wouldn't say anything because
Yeah,
when he's
that's
on
what
the
I had to
mound,
do, so.
I don't want to mess with his psyche. And then when he's snapping the ball, so I don't say a word. But Carolyn will be, "Go, Zach!" And I'm like, "You know how loud you are." I'm like, "Don't say nothing."
There's nothing wrong with that.
Yeah, but I have to let him get it snapped to that ball thrown, and then you know.
Me and Carolyn could sit together.
Yeah, she's loud.
Frank.
Yeah.
And Frank. And Frank. I'm sorry, I started this.
Okay.
All right.
That's all I
Karen
have.
still? No.
Yeah.
So I move that we return to executive session for personnel as described earlier.
Second.
I have a motion and a second. Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, motion carries. Everyone have a great day.